Okay, good morning, everyone. So, sorry for
Good
the
morning,
delay.
sir.
Yes, I was actually not being allowed in the meeting, so I was waiting outside. But anyway, let's begin today's session. Today, we'll be doing a small crash course. We'll be covering all the topics step by step, one by one, going from basics to the advanced level. So, this will be useful for people who have not been coming throughout the semester. Maybe you're busy in your work and other things, but still, this is your last opportunity to actually go through the entire syllabus very briefly, and at least you will know what are the important topics from your exam perspective, and also from your practical standpoint, from your own personal finance point of view, how this subject will be useful for you. So we'll start with the very basics. As you know, where we've been discussing the syllabus throughout this semester, and we'll look at all these different units, going from unit 1 to unit 6 gradually. And then we'll also take up at the end a few important questions. So primarily, this revision class is meant for people who have not been coming throughout the semester, and also for people who have been coming physically, maybe not mentally. They were there. You sometimes tend to leave your brain at home, but anyway, this is the chance to actually at least be able to score decent marks in your final exams, and also if you are able to apply some of the knowledge in your practical life, that's an added advantage. ठीक है. How many of you are coming for the first time? Let me just know so that I have a basic idea of how many people have been attending the classes and how many have. Just tell me if you can write on the chat also. I don't know if that option is available, but I want to know briefly how many people are coming for the first time. Yes, Kirti is there. You can raise your hands. I think you have the option. Kirti is there for the first time. So fine, Babita, Rishabh coming for the first time, I guess. And Dheeraj, Priya also, Sarthak. So we have a 50-50 mix, I think. 50% Swati also, Ankit also coming for the first time. So wherever all of you throughout the semester, I don't know. But anyway, we'll try to take up all the topics and then also discuss the significant questions which have appeared in the previous year papers. And as I've been repeating throughout the semester, this subject is not only meant for your exams, it's a very practically useful subject. Being finance students, we should know how to be able to apply this knowledge. We should be able to use whatever we learn to manage our own personal finances. Right. Coming to the syllabus, you have these 6 units over here that are there. The first unit is an introduction to financial investments, the concept of investment, the investment process. Why do you need to invest? What are the options available? The pros and cons of all the options, the different advantages, disadvantages, all of that. Plus, the different approaches that you can use. Somebody might want to be investing very aggressively. One would be a little bit conservative in their approach. Some people would be more actively involved. Some others might be more laid back and passively sitting back. So that is part of unit 1. In unit 2, you have the concept of equity, stock market. How do you perform the analysis in stock markets, including fundamental and technical? These are two kinds of analysis that are used to evaluate stocks from an investment point of view. That's there in unit 2, plus a little bit of theory about market efficiency is also there. While in unit 3, we have the other asset class, which is fixed income. You have things like bonds and debentures. Both corporate bonds and government bonds are there, and the pros and cons of investing in debt in fixed income compared to equities is part of unit 3. And also, what are the different strategies by which we can invest in fixed income, plus other asset classes like commodities, real estate, that give you this added diversification benefit, are also included in unit 3. Unit 4 and 5 are about theories of finance, theories and models, including capital asset pricing model. Also, it includes things like modern portfolio theory. And this we'll take up in units 4 and 5, while the last unit is evaluation of investment performance. That's mainly to combine the aspects of risk and returns, you can look at these two things separately. Whenever we are evaluating any investment performance, we can look at risk and returns separately, but we can also combine both of them in the form of ratios like Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, which we have discussed, but we'll again be looking at these things once again. So today we have we have 4 hours left, and in these 4 hours, we'll in the first 2 hours we'll try and cover the theory part with a little bit of practical, and in the second half of the session, we'll be looking at the things which are left. Maybe 1 or 2 units might be left, and also the previous year questions that we'll be discussing in the second half of the session. The textbooks I've already shared on the group. We have a group which of security analysis, so you can look at that and ask your friends maybe to share the PDF of the groups. I've already shared 3 or 4 times, so I hope most of you have received the PDFs. The books are by Riley and Brown, and you also have books by Prasanna Chandra, Indian authors, which are usually easier to understand. So these books you can refer to. Apart from that, there are a lot of resources available online which you can use to your benefit. Okay. So let's begin with the very basic fundamental concepts of security analysis. Why do we need to invest? That's a very basic question. Everyone knows, being now in MBA, you should by now be aware of the concept of inflation, the concept of time value of money. Everyone knows that usually as the economies are growing, the demand is also rising. That leads to increase in inflation. The price levels gradually increase over time. If you compare, if you look at the Indian prices, every you can say every 7 years almost, or actually less than that, prices are doubling. Every 5 to 7 years, prices tend to double in a country like India. The rate of inflation right now is around 5 to 6%, but still it keeps on varying. Generally, if you look at a 5 to 7 year period, you can see the prices doubling in the country. If your investment remains constant, or maybe you have whatever savings you are having, you're not investing it, in that case the real purchasing power, the real value of money will keep on diminishing over time, will keep on going down, since whatever we are able to buy, maybe with 100 rupees we can buy 2 kgs of onions or 3 kgs of onions right now, but maybe after 5 or 7 years we'll only be able to buy 1 kg. That leads to the deterioration, the diminishing of your real purchasing power of whatever savings you're having or the wealth you're having. That's the main reason, primary reason why we need to invest. And also another reason is to be able to generate this passive income. If you're only relying on your job, on your business, then you will be the one who's doing the work. If it's better to build a system, even business is an example of that. If you build a system which is obviously it takes a lot of effort, plus there are it has a long gestation period, long time period, with throughout the period you will be witnessing a lot of uncertainty. But ultimately, if you are able to successfully build a system which is working on your behalf, that gives you a source of passive income. And even if, let's say, you're not healthy, or you're not become old, at that time this passive income can be a good source of support for all of us. So these are primarily 2 reasons why we should be investing. And another related concept is the concept of time value of money. As suppose I give you this option of having I can give you 1 lakh rupees right now, or I can give you 1 lakh rupees after 10 years. Which option would you like to choose? If I give you the option of I'm being really generous right now, and I'm giving you hypothetically 1 lakh rupees right now, or you can take the money after 10 years also. Obviously, everyone would like to have it right now. The reason is simple, because maybe if we have 1 lakh rupees, we can invest it somewhere, and by the time after 10 years, it may have become 3 or 4 lakh rupees. Even if you're investing in a fixed deposit, that will become more than 2 lakh rupees over the course of next 10 years. This is the main primary reason. You have the concept of present value and future value and time value of money, and the future value is generally greater compared to the present value, because provided you are investing it properly. So there's one basic formula of compounding of compound interest that we have all studied in school as well. We had a formula like this: amount is equal to principal into 1 plus r, or 1 plus I, which is interest, in raised to power t. So you had a formula like this, which we had been continuously studying in school. So similarly, similar to this formula, you have the formula of future value and present value. The future value is equal to the present value into 1 plus r raised to power n. Now, this formula can be useful to calculate the future value. Let's say we have 100 rupees right now. After 1 year of time, this 100 rupees future value will become 110 rupees because of, let's say, you're getting a 10% return. You can expect the future value to turn into 110 rupees instead of 100 only. And if you take the
Sir,
yes, is there any doubt?
yes, sir. I think R is equal to FV divided by P to the power n. It should not be like this. It should be root to the n. I think this formula has some issue. Last
It
one,
should
sir.
be
Last one. R is equal to no, R is equal to FV divided by PV to the power n. You have written. No? This should be root to the n. Nth root. This should be nth root.
sorry. Yes. Yes, this formula I think is incorrect. I think this should be one, and let me just see. If you can derive the formula very easily of this also. If you want the rate of return, then you can calculate using this formula. Only by taking to the other side, you'll be able to calculate the same thing. So
Yes,
it
sir.
can be
Yes,
done
sir.
easily. Yes. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying that the future value, present value can be calculated using this formula, and you can even take out the rate of return you need to be able to. Let's say you want a target of 10 lakh rupees in a matter of next 5 years, and right now you're only having 1 lakh rupees. So obviously you can use the same formula to calculate the rate of return that we need in order to reach our end objective. So this formula is quite useful in calculating either the future value or the present value or the rate of return. Now, this is a very basic concept, and I gave you this example at the very beginning of the class. In the first class only, we were discussing this thing. If let's say we have 1 lakh rupees to invest and we're investing in a fixed deposit or in government bonds, which are giving us a almost practically risk-free rate of return, or probably in money market funds. If somebody is completely risk averse, you can invest in these kind of assets, and this amount will turn into 4.3 lakh rupees at the end of 30 years. So this is for a 30-year period. Let's say 30-year period, you are investing 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh will only turn into 4 lakh rupees, since you're getting 5% return in FDs. Approximately, we're assuming these figures. Now, if somebody is able to take a little bit more risk, you're investing in a index fund or maybe in mid cap, small cap funds, you have a portfolio of equity mutual funds, and that's giving you a return of 15%. You'll end up with a corpus which is equal to 66 lakh rupees. If we notice the difference between 5% returns and 15%, the difference is 3 times in terms of percentage. But in absolute amount, the difference between 4.3 lakh rupees and 66 lakh is more than 15 times. So this 3 times difference in terms of percentage has translated into a 15 times difference in terms of absolute amount. That's happening all because of something called compounding, power of compounding. Since you're getting return on top of return of the previous years, that's known as something called compounding or compound interest. Simple interest is where you are getting only interest on the principal amount. Maybe you're taking out the interest every single year that you are getting the interest that you are getting, you're taking it out, and the next year also you're only getting the return, the interest on the principal only, not on the interest of the previous years. So the last example is showing you for somebody who's a risk-taking investor who's selecting equities and he's investing actively instead of relying on passively managed schemes on maybe index funds. He's investing aggressively, and somehow maybe it's quite difficult to do, but if you're able to get a return which is consistently equal to 30% over the next 30 years, 1 lakh will translate into 26 crores. And here the difference between again 5% and 30% returns is 6 times. That is in percentage terms. Difference is 6 times. But in absolute amount, the difference between 4 lakh and 26 crores is 600 times. Now, why is this happening? Again, due to compounding. So we have to keep this one thing in mind, that if you have a long time period, if you're investing for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and also if the percentage returns are higher, instead of being 5%, they're 30%, overall the impact of compounding would be much greater compared to when you're looking at a maybe FD or something which is giving you lower rate of return, or you're looking at a shorter time period, time horizon of maybe 5 years only. Then the impact of compounding would not be such high. That's the reason we usually say that we should be having a long time horizon for investing in equities. The reason is simple, that the impact of compounding would also be higher, and plus that will give us ability to be able to tolerate risk much more effectively. If you're having only a 6-month time horizon, let's say we need the funds to go abroad, we want to go on a foreign vacation after 6 months, then those funds should not be invested in things like equities. Otherwise, if there is a negative news, or maybe markets are not performing well for the next 6 months, you may be forced to book your investments, your profits at a loss. Okay, so this is about compounding and time value of money. Another very simple example that we had discussed was the example of a SIP. Here we had taken an amount of around 1 lakh rupees, but let's say somebody is not having that much amount. If you're having a very limited corpus, it's not necessary to only start with 1 lakh rupees. You can even start with a small amount. And this example shows you the power of even a small amount of money, which can have a huge impact over the long term. So let's say somebody is only saying 25 rupees per day. You're making a SIP of 750 every single month. You're investing in a maybe index fund or somewhere, and probably for the next 35 years, you're doing the same thing only. You're only investing 750. You're not even increasing the amount. Then given a return of 15%, let's assume you're getting a return of 15%. Generally, equities have been giving returns in the range of 12 to 15%. So if you're able to get a return of 15% for the next 35 years, the amount will turn into almost 1.1 crores. You would have invested, by investing 25 every single day or 750 in a month, you would have invested around 3 lakh rupees during this entire period. But overall, the end value of the portfolio, assuming a return of 15% for the next 35 years, you will be ending up with 1.1 crores. So obviously this impact of compounding over the 35-year period is enormous. From 3 lakh rupees investment, you have gone to an absolute amount of around 1 crores. The problem here is that 1 crore will not be having sufficient value at the end of 35 years. A car which is costing around 10 crores would be 10 lakh rupees right now, would be costing more than 1 crores after 35 years due to inflation again. That's one problem that you can see in this calculation. Now, nobody is stopping us at 25 rupees per day. Let's say you're getting a good job after completing your MBA, and then you can easily save 7,500 rupees per month. If you're saving 7,500, the overall absolute amount will not be 1 crore. It will be 11 crores approximately. Similarly, if you're, instead of doing a SIP of 7,500, if let's say somebody gets a good decent job after MBA and you're earning 2 lakh or 3 lakh rupees per month, if we are able to save 75,000 rupees every single month doing SIPs, not maybe you can even diversify in that case. You should not only remain limited to one particular scheme, maybe not only an index fund. You can also diversify across 5 to 10 different schemes, probably include one mid cap scheme, one small cap scheme. That's a separate topic. We'll discuss that once again when we come to mutual funds. We'll look at how you can select the schemes. That's a separate topic. But in that case, if you're investing 75,000 rupees every single month, getting a return of 15% for the next 35 years, then your overall investment amount would be approximately 3 crores. and the absolute amount will turn into 110 crores approximately. So this is more of a theoretical calculation. I know it's practically not so simple to do. There are a lot more variables involved. When you see your portfolio going down by 10, 20, 30%, that's the time we start panicking and we tend to take out our money. Then discipline is completely vanishes. But overall, it's just to give you an idea that sky is the limit when you're talking about compounding, and over a long period of time, and given a good percentage return, this can have a enormous impact in our lives. Okay. Any doubts in this till now? Anything that is not clear? Very basic thing that we have discussed, the concept of compounding time value of money. At any point, if you have any problem, let me know. I'll be asking you if you have any problems. Right now, it's the things are very simple. Gradually, when we come to theories and models, that's the time things will become a little bit more complicated. So another thing that we had discussed was something related to financial planning, although it's not directly part of the syllabus, but you like to teach this from a personal finance point of view. Everyone is interested in managing your own finances. Security analysis can be useful if you're a investment banker or if you're working for a big company. But firstly, we should be able to apply the knowledge for our use as well. Now, FIRE number is another thing that we had discussed. The concept of FIRE number shows you how much funds we need in order to be financially independent, to be able to retire comfortably. So this kind of calculation we had done, and it's basically we need to calculate our annual expenses right now. What are the annual expense right now? And when do we plan to retire? What is our current age? Everyone knows when you're planning to retire, that's one more variable we need. And we finally need the inflation rate. We can assume the inflation to be anywhere between 5 to 7%. And if you take that entire period, you'll be able to come up with a figure of how much expenses you will be incurring after 20, 30, 40 years whenever we are planning to retire. Let's assume, to make things simple, to make things clear, let's assume we have a amount of 50,000. We spend an amount of 50,000. That is our expense on basic things like electricity, like mobile phone bills, like maybe groceries and ordering food on Zomato, Swiggy, maybe ordering some clothes from Amazon, Myntra. So these basic things, we need at least around 50,000 per month. That amounts if you calculate from an annual basis, that will turn into 6 lakh rupees per annum. So we need at least 6 lakh to cover our basic expenses right now. The problem is, whenever we are planning to retire, maybe after 20, 30 years, that time 6 lakh rupee will not be enough to cover our annual expenses. We'll need much more. How much more? You can take the rate of inflation. Here we have taken it to be 6%. You take 6 lakh, 7% we have taken as the rate of inflation. You take 6 lakh as your annual expense right now. You take the future value of that for the next 30 years. Whenever you're planning to retire, it can be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And that will give you a figure of around 45 lakh rupees. So our basic expenses right now are 6 lakh rupees per annum. But after 30 years, whenever we are planning to retire, the amount will be much greater. It will be around 30, 40, 50 lakh or something like that. So if we have around 45 lakh rupees, will that be enough to give us financial coverage, financial freedom? I don't think so. Because that money, if we have 45 lakh rupees after, let's say 30 years, whenever we are planning to retire, this money will be spent in 1 year itself. Obviously, we need much more to give us financial freedom. If we want to retire after 30 years, we need coverage for another 20, 30, 40 years. Till the time we actually, we obviously will not be earning post-retirement. And that is the time we'll need this financial stability. So the concept of FIRE number states that if you have 30 times of your annual expense at the time of retirement, that is more than enough to give you financial coverage. The logic is simple, that most people want to retire at the age of around 50 years or maybe 55 or 60 or probably 45 if you're very aggressive. So if you are planning to retire anywhere between 45 to 60, you need coverage for at least the next 30 years to cover the rest of their life. And plus, if we are investing this amount properly, if we have for 30 times of this amount, which is around 13 crore in this case, this example that we've taken, if you have 13 crore, you'll not be spending it in one go. We need 45 lakh rupees every single year, but we'll not be spending 13 crores in the first year itself. So the rest of the amount can be invested. And if the rate of return, if the rate of return is, let's say, 12 or 13 or 15% that you're getting on your investment, and the rate of inflation is much lower, this amount will not last you 30 years. It will last you much more than that. It can last you for the next 40, 50, 60 years, or even till infinity. If, let's say, you're getting a return of 20% and the rate of inflation is only 5%, this amount will keep on growing at a much faster rate compared to the rate of inflation. So that's the logic. 30 times of your annual at the time of retirement will give you your FIRE number, which is enough to give us financial stability for the rest of our life and even for the next coming generations. Or if you want to lead a very frugal life, somebody has a very simple life, you don't want to lead a very luxurious life. Even if you're aware of, you've read about the biography of Warren Buffett, you would be aware that he also prefers to lead a very simple life. He has a very simple car. He has a very basic kind of house. His office is also on one floor of top of the building, having employees which are less than 15, 20 employees. So overall, given the scale of his company, Berkshire Hathaway, which is operating in billions of dollars, the size of the entire organization and his kind of lifestyle he's leading is very, very simple, very frugal. So if you want that kind of lifestyle, even 20 times of your annual expense should be sufficient to give you financial freedom. That is the concept of lean FIRE. While fat FIRE is 50 times. If you want a life which is similar to Vijay Mallya or something, in that case, 50 times should be your aim. 50 times of your annual expense at the time of retirement. So this will vary depending on the kind of lifestyle you would like to lead, depending on when we plan to retire, depending on our annual expenses right now, and also on the kind of inflation we are expecting in the coming years. Now, this is only one part. The second part was using how do you reach this objective. Calculating this 13 crore is very simple, but equally difficult to accomplish. If you get a figure around 5 crore or 10 crore or 20 crore or 30 crore, it's easy to calculate using this kind of formula, but actually very difficult, very hard to accomplish to reach your end objective. Now, for that, you can use a calculator like SIP calculator or step up SIP calculator. Just play around with the figures. Given a return of around 15% or 10% or 20%, how much amount you will need to invest on a monthly basis to be able to reach your objective? And the answer will completely surprise you. We might be expecting to reach this 13 crore figure. We would need to invest 2 lakh or 5 lakh or 10 lakh every single month. That's not the case. If you do it, even if you are investing 5,000 or 10,000, you're starting with the basic amount of 5,000, 10,000 and increasing your SIP every year by 10% or 15%, given a return of 15% per annum, we will be able to reach our objective. We don't need to invest every single month lakhs of rupees. Even with a small amount of 5, 10,000 rupees, depending on other variables, depending on the kind of return you're able to get, depending on what is the annual increase in SIP, you will get a figure anywhere between 5,000 to 50,000 rupees per month. If you're investing that amount, getting the return that you are assuming, you would be able to reach your end objective. So these are some of the tools which can be used to plan your financial lives, to plan for retirement, to plan for passive income. Now, getting this kind of 15% return, getting this kind of 10 or 20% return is a challenging thing. And that's where this entire subject of security analysis comes in handy, is useful. So in this entire calculation, if you've used the FIRE number calculator, if you've used the step up SIP calculator, you will be able to come up with a figure. I need to invest 5,000 rupees per month, or I need to invest 20,000 rupees per month to be able to reach my objective. And plus, if I keep on increasing the amount by 10% or 5% every single year, SIP amount, assuming a return of 15 or 20%, I will be able to reach our objective. That's reasonably easy to calculate. But The difficult part is getting that 15 or 20% return, or even 12% return for that matter, consistently. That is where this subject of security analysis will be helpful, to be able to generate that kind of return, which will help us in our financial planning to be able to reach our end objective, which is the FIRE number. So I hope this is understood. This is just a little bit of practical. I thought we'll start with the practical things once again, so that things become more applicable. And now that you've understood the importance of the subject, we can move on to other things of how to select the assets, which options are available firstly, and the pros and cons of different assets, and then how to select and then closely monitor those assets performance. Okay, is it clear? Are there any doubts, any problems in this? If there are any
So
questions,
one
you can ask.
question, सर जब इसमें
Yes,
मैच्योरिटी
please
पीरियड जब इसमें
go
एंड
ahead.
होगा,
What is your question?
तो my question is कि जब इसमें मैच्योरिटी पीरियड हो जाएगा, लेट सपोज इसमें 13.5 करोड़ हमें मिल रहे थे, तो इसमें हमारा टैक्स भी कट होगा या फिर हमें फुल अमाउंट मिलेगी?
Okay. Okay, that depends on the asset class. You're asking about taxation. So taxation is there. You will have to pay long-term capital gains tax on uh, the equities. So this return that you are assuming over here should be the post-tax return. जब भी हम ये return assume कर रहे हैं in this the step up SIP calculator, that you should take as the post tax return. कि let's say हमें 15% का return हमें expected है, लेकिन tax भी कटेगा, तो overall it will come out to be less than 14-13% or something like that. So you should be taking a little bit of conservative figure. Whenever we are doing our financial planning, it's better to take more conservative figure, more little bit pessimistic scenario also you should take. And the best thing would be to take a range of values. You can take, which is known as sensitivity analysis or scenario analysis also you can do. You can take 3 different scenarios, a very optimistic case, a very neutral kind of case, and a pessimistic case. तो तीनों केसेस में क्या क्या रिटर्न्स एक्सपेक्टेड है, अकॉर्डिंगली यू कैन कम अप विद योर range of values you'll be getting. कि I need to invest 5,000 or 25,000, depending on my assumptions, depending on what kind of scenario it is, and that will help you plan your investments in a much better way. ठीक है? I hope this is clear.
Yes sir.
Okay. Any other problem? फाइन. तो अब हम आएंगे थ्योरी के पार्ट पे. फर्स्ट यूनिट में है concept of investment and investment process. So investment, we have understood there are different options available to us. If you want that 12 or 15 or 20% return, you have variety of options, including equities, including mutual funds, including bonds and debentures, or maybe fixed deposits, PPF also you're having. You can invest through LIC. These kind of schemes are also there. Plus gold, real estate, variety of options are available from an investment perspective. Now, which of all of them have some advantages and some disadvantages. Broadly speaking, if you are looking at equities and debt or fixed income, debt is also known as fixed income security. So if you're looking at fixed income like bonds and debentures, and you're comparing them with equities, obviously equities carry much greater amount of risk, but then the potential for creating returns is also higher, provided you're having a long time horizon and you're willing to take risk. The potential for returns in equities is generally much higher. For fixed income, you can expect returns which are almost equal to the FD returns, maybe in the range of 5 to 7%. If you're really lucky, you're getting bonds which can give you around 7-8% also. But that's usually the highest cap that you cannot expect to get returns more than 8 to 10% in fixed income. For that, we have other options, including equities and including also other assets like gold and real estate. Okay. So just give me 1 second. I have to look at one thing. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, fine. Let's continue now. When we're talking about different asset classes, we have options like equities and debt. Debt will give you, fixed income will give you more stability in the portfolio, while uh, equities are there for growth and appreciation of capital. Other investment options like commodities, like gold, silver, and also real estate have a diversification benefit. Plus, they act as hedge against inflation. So usually, as the economy is growing, and especially in developing economies, we tend to have higher rates of inflation, and these things like real estate and gold usually tend to move along with inflation in the economy. So diversification benefit के लिए these things are also useful, but broadly equities and debt or fixed income have some pros and cons that we need to be aware of. In terms of risk and returns, you should know, and also in terms of liquidity and taxation, we should be aware. So some things if you're looking at equities and you're looking at long-term capital gains tax for equities, this is a better thing compared to the short-term capital gains tax. You'll have to pay a lower amount if you're holding on to equities for long term. That's one added advantage of holding equities for long term. Similarly, from a liquidity perspective, these assets are generally more liquid compared to real estate. We all know that if you are investing in any property, the investment amount is usually very large. It's in lakhs of rupees, more than 20, 30, 40 lakhs, and it can go into crores. And this amount will remain blocked if whenever we want to sell and take liquidity basically is quite less in this kind of asset class. While for other assets like gold and equities and even bonds, you can go and sell these things in the markets very easily. In stock markets, you can these things are, most of them are listed on exchanges, so you can go and sell even the debentures are listed on exchanges, so these we can go and sell in the markets. Even the same thing can be done for gold ETFs, for sovereign gold bonds. You can sell these in the secondary markets. And plus, derivatives is one more asset class that is usually meant for hedging purposes. If you are holding on to any position, you can use derivatives to reduce your risk. In case of any short-term volatility, we can use derivatives to cover our risk. It acts like a tool. It's like an insurance for our assets. Derivatives act like an insurance. It's a hedging tool, but it can also be used for speculation. A lot of retail traders and big institutions are also speculating in derivatives to make a profit out of their view of the market. Now, whenever we are investing in any assets, we need to firstly decide our asset allocation. That's a very crucial point. We need to find out where to invest our funds, in which asset class, and how much funds to allocate to each of the asset classes. Now, this decision will depend on multiple factors, but primarily it will depend on the scenario of the economy, the situation, the view of the markets, what is happening, are there bullish sentiments, bearish sentiments, all those kind of things, and what is the potential in the future. So you can look at the macroeconomic variables, and that's one part of the puzzle. While the other thing we'll have to look at is our own personal preferences. Somebody might be more risk loving. Some other people might want to avoid risk at any cost. So depending on whether we are more risk averse or we have higher ability of taking risk, we can plan our investments accordingly. Somebody who's usually older would tend to be more conservative investor, would not want to take a very aggressive amount of risk, while for young people, you have a lot more time on your hands, and the impact of compounding can also be much greater. That's the reason we would be willing to take on a little bit higher amount of risk. But even within the same age group, there's no fixed rule like this. Although you have this, some of you might have heard this rule called 100 minus age rule. 100 minus age rule says that whatever age we are having, that much percentage of the funds we should be keeping in fixed income, while the remaining 100 minus 8, that much percentage of the funds we should be keeping in equities. Somebody who's around 25 years of age should be keeping around 25% in fixed income, while remaining 75% you should be keeping in equities. While for your grandparents who might be above 75, they should be keeping that much percentage in fixed income in safe assets, while the remaining 20-25% they can afford to take risk with, and they can invest in equities. But that's just a broad framework to give you an idea. Within the same age group also there is a lot of variation. Some of us are more adventurous by nature. Some of us might want to go for scuba diving and skydiving and all those kind of things, while others would like to sleep comfortably in their beds. So depending on what kind of personality we are having, what kind of preferences we are having with respect to risk and returns, and also with respect to our time frame, time horizon. Some of us might want to be a very short term investor. Some of us might want to invest for very long periods of time. Some of us might want to invest very aggressively but very actively involved. Some of us might want to remain very passively involved with the equities, depending on how interested we are, depending on how much time we're having. So all these variables will play a part in deciding your asset allocation, along with whatever is happening in the economy. So first thing we need to decide is the asset allocation. एक तो time horizon अपना पता नहीं चाहिए. First thing is actually to be aware of ourselves, to know what is our risk and return preference and what is our time horizon. That's the first thing we need to figure out. As an investor, even if you go to a financial advisor, the first thing they'll try to find out from you is your current situation in terms of your financial situation and also your behavioral or psychological situation. Both the things they'll try to figure out. Abhi already how much assets you're having, how much liabilities you're having, and also how much income and expenses you're having. That's first thing they'll try to find out, your current financial position, and also your state of mind, the psychological situation, whether you're having greater risk tolerance or you're a more conservative kind of investor, and your time horizon as well, how fast you are looking to accomplish your goals, whether you're looking to invest aggressively, very actively, or you want to be a more laid back kind of investor. This is what they'll try to find out. So first thing is to find out our own risk and return expectations, and also to be aware of our financial situation. Once these things are figured out, can move on to asset allocation. Where to allocate how much percentage of our funds will depend on the state of the economy, whether what is happening to the equities market, what is happening to commodity markets like gold and silver, bullion markets, what is happening to real estate. These kind of things will help us plan out where to invest how much percentage of our overall portfolio. After asset allocation has been decided, let's say we want to put in 50% in equities, we want to put in 20-30% in fixed income, and maybe 25% or 10% in gold and silver, and probably remaining percentage we can allocate in real estate investment trusts or somewhere else. So overall, once that is figured out, we can look at each of the asset classes individually. So within the asset class, deciding analyzing securities is the next step. So once the asset allocation has been decided, we have to perform security analysis for each of the asset classes. Agar equities hai, we'll have to find out which are the best stocks for us, and similarly for bonds and debentures, and also for real estate. Or even gold and silver. There are different tools of investing in gold and silver. You can use ETFs, we can use even gold bonds, sovereign gold bonds, or we can use physical gold bars and coins. Jewelry is not really an investment, it's more of a consumption, but still you can choose from the different options available to us. We'll have to choose within the asset class as well. And once that is done, then we have to plan our investment. How sequentially we'll be investing in all of them. We cannot put everything all at once. Once that is decided, you cannot put everything, all your money at once in stock market. That has to be done in a systematic, staggered way over a period of time. So planning out the investments is the next step. And finally, closely monitoring the investments performance is also the last step on a regular basis. So this is about the entire investment process. Approaches to investment is one more thing. Investment environment mein toh, we all know there are different kinds of environment, including economic environment, including technological environment, including socio-cultural environment, including environmental environmental factors are also playing a role in the performance of assets and securities. So legal environment is one more thing. So all these are part of the investment environment and will impact how the different asset classes are performing. So we need to be closely watching the economic variables mainly. What is happening to the economic variables? Any major legal changes we should be aware of. Any major technological changes like AI and everything we should be aware of. And what kind of impact it is having on different industries. The overall and how the socio-cultural dynamics are changing and what kind of impact it will have on different investment avenues. That's one more thing we should be knowing. Then coming to the approaches to investment, there is usually a passive approach and an active approach, and there can also these can also be classified into aggressive, moderate, and conservative approaches. If you're a very aggressive investor, you can afford to take on more risk. You can choose those kind of securities and asset classes. While if you're a more laid back investor, you want to be more conservative in your approach. Given a lower level of risk tolerance, you can choose your assets accordingly. So this is with respect to the risk and also with respect to how much effort we are willing to put in. You can be an active, you can have an active approach to investment or a very passive approach. Simply investing in an index fund or doing simple SIPs is the simplest approach, which requires least amount of effort while selecting your stocks by yourself, aggressively putting in effort involves a lot more time and lot more energy and effort from our side. So depending on how much interest and passion we are having about the markets, and also depending on our other constraints like time and your job and everything, you will have to figure out your approach for which is the best for ourselves. Now, within the asset classes, are there any doubts in this? Anything that is not clear, let me know. If you have any problems, please let me know right now. Now we can come to different asset classes. Once this is done, we can come to different asset classes. Right. Yes, somebody has a question. Yes.
आई थिंक आपकी ना स्लाइड फ्रीज हो गई है सेकंड ही स्लॉट हमें शो हो रहा है अभी सिलेबस वाला
सिलेबस शो हो रहा है ओके नहीं वो अभी चेंज नहीं किया ना मतलब आई कैन चेंज इजीली अभी वी हैव नॉट मूव्ड ऑन टू द एक्चुअल थिंग्स वी विल मूव टू द इक्विटीज इन राइट नाउ या इक्विटी से पहले एक्चुअली म्यूचुअल फंड्स कर लेते हैं क्योंकि सबने सुना है म्यूचुअल फंड सही है and anybody who's starting out in equity should actually best ways to invest small amounts in mutual funds regularly, which gives us an incentive that's basically acting as an incentive for us to keep track of the markets, to learn how the markets are functioning. And so that's a good starting point. And gradually, once we become more and more familiar, that's when we can start venturing out and actively selecting stocks individually. तो म्यूचुअल फंड से स्टार्ट करते हैं. देयर आर वैरायटी ऑफ स्कीम्स अवेलेबल टू अस. यू हैव यस रेशमा व्हाट इज द डाउट?
सर आप न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करा दो क्योंकि ये जो आप सब पढ़ा रहे हो तो ऑलरेडी आपने प्रीवियस क्लास में बताया है. थ्योरी हम खुद ही कर लेंगे तो आप न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चन सॉल्व
यू आर नॉट द ओनली स्टूडेंट. Reshma, you are not the only student over here. A lot of people are coming for the first time, and revision class is meant to revise each and everything in detail. So we'll move to the questions also, but this class is not meant for only one or two students. It's meant for everyone, and people are coming for the first time. If they're not aware of the basics, how can we directly move to the numericals?
Sir, important करा दो आप बस जो एग्जाम में आएगा.
नहीं सर जैसे the way you are going sir
न्यूमेरिकल बिल्कुल भी सॉल्व नहीं किया है ना तो न्यूमेरिकल इंपॉर्टेंट है. वो कुछ चैप्टर्स भी हैं सरप्राइजिंग मॉडलिंग में.
If we have looked at numericals also, I have told you what kind of numericals can come. I have taken up a lot of questions. We discussed case studies also. So if you have not been coming, then that's not my fault. Today let me do it in a systematic way, so that revision class is meant to give you a small crash course on everything. It's meant for people who have not been coming for the entire semester. Okay, so it's not only to discuss numericals. We'll take that up, but that will be a small portion at the end. Maybe 1 hour we can devote to numericals as well. Half an hour, 1 hour. At the end, we can take up the numericals also. So coming to, तो हमें जल्दी जल्दी करना पड़ेगा. We'll have to cover each and everything today in detail.
Sir, I request you, the way you have planned, please go ahead, sir. Don't listen to us, sir, because I know that you are having a better plan and you know better than us.
That's the thing. It's not, this class is meant for everyone, even people who are coming for the first time. That's the reason I cannot start with directly the advanced topics. Anyway, let me just continue. We'll have to move a little faster ताकि सारा कुछ cover हो जाए. Fine. Let's come to equities first. Equities में पहले mutual fund देखते हैं, then equities and fixed income. So gradually we'll take up all the asset classes and then move on to theories and models. यही हमें करना है. After that we'll take up the questions which are important from your exam perspective. Right. So if you are talking about mutual funds, you have variety of schemes available. सबने सुना ही है mutual funds सही है. There are different kinds of schemes available. More than 2,000-3,000 schemes are available every day. More and more schemes are getting added. Just like stocks, around 6,000 stocks are there listed on the exchanges. Similarly, thousands of schemes are available. We cannot select all the schemes obviously for our portfolio, given physical constraints, time constraints, and everything. And managing difficulty is also there if you're having so many schemes in your portfolio. So overall, we'll have to be very selective in our approach. And how do you select the top 5 to 10 schemes? That's the question we'll try to answer over here. तो अगर हम देखें म्यूचुअल फंड्स बहुत कैटेगरी के होते हैं. कुछ होते हैं जो इक्विटीज में सिर्फ इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, कुछ होते हैं जो फिक्स्ड इनकम में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, कुछ होते हैं जो मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, कुछ होते हैं जो गोल्ड में भी इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, या बैलेंस स्कीम्स भी होती हैं. हाइब्रिड स्कीम्स आर देयर व्हिच आर इन्वेस्टिंग इन डिफरेंट एसेट क्लासेस इंक्लूडिंग इक्विटीज एंड debt. There are multi-asset schemes also that are investing across multiple assets. तो एक तो मल्टी कैप स्कीम्स हमने सुना होगा. मल्टी कैप स्कीम्स आर और फ्लेक्सी कैप स्कीम्स आर इन्वेस्टिंग अक्रॉस डिफरेंट sizes of companies, but you also have multi-asset schemes which are investing across different asset classes, including gold, silver, including bonds, including equities also. तो हमारे पास बहुत सारे options available हैं within equity, within mutual funds. Now, for our portfolio, if you want to build our own, or advantages we have, if you're talking about mutual funds, the main benefit is that we don't have to, even if you're a beginner, we can rely on the expertise of professionally qualified managers. And also it can help us in diversifying our portfolio, since there are 50 or more than that, more than 50 companies are usually there a part of the scheme. So even if we're allocating 500 rupees, that is spread across 50 different companies. Overall, the risk is reduced, but then the drawback is that the returns are also usually limited. You cannot expect to get returns more than 15-20% consistently for a period more than 3 to 5 years. That's the primary drawback of mutual funds, that you can do only by investing directly in equities or going through derivatives and all the other things. Now, within mutual funds, how do you select the top 5 to 10 schemes? For that, there are different things we'll have to consider, including कि क्या returns रहे हैं scheme के, क्या risk रहा है scheme का. और उसके लिए जो last unit है वो उसमें दे रखा है performance evaluation. कोई भी scheme का अगर हमें evaluate करना है उसकी performance को, तो हमें mainly 2 चीजों पे focus करना है कि risk कितना है scheme में और returns कितने हैं. Risk is usually expressed in the form of standard deviation or beta, कि कितना mean के आसपास कितना move कर रहा है, और similarly returns कितने रहे in terms of percentage. That is what we have to take into account. Now, there are some measures that are part of your syllabus also. Things like Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio. I'll just move to that slide. Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, Jensen's alpha, Sortino ratio are all part of risk-adjusted performance measures. And what they are telling us, let me just come to that slide. Where is it? Okay, this is there. So this is the slide that you can see over here. So these ratios will tell us the returns that the scheme has given, the excess returns that the scheme has given over and above the compared to the risk. In the denominator, you are having standard deviation over here. In the numerator, you are having the excess portfolio returns over the risk-free rate. Similarly, in the denominator, we are having risk. In the numerator, we are having returns. In Jensen's alpha also, you are taking the returns which are over and above the expected returns got through CAPM. So overall, if you take into account Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, or Jensen's alpha, we should be able to come up with the best performing schemes on a risk adjusted basis. तो दोनों चीजें हम consider कर सकते हैं by looking at Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, Jensen's alpha, Sortino ratio, all these kind of things. तो इस पे numerical भी आता है, हम देखेंगे. When we come to numericals, we look at what kind of numerical you can get. But broadly, we need to find out which are the best performing schemes in a particular area. So let's say there are thousands of schemes available. पर उन स्कीम्स को हम अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड कर सकते हैं कि एक मिड कैप स्कीम्स की कैटेगरी होगी, एक स्मॉल कैप स्कीम्स की कैटेगरी होगी. सिमिलरली एक मल्टी एसेट स्कीम्स की कैटेगरी होगी, एक फ्लेक्सी कैप स्कीम्स की कैटेगरी होगी, इंडेक्स फंड्स की भी कैटेगरी होगी, ओवरसीज स्कीम्स की भी कैटेगरी होगी जो बाहर के मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, तो यू और देयर में बी डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ और मनी मार्केट स्कीम्स वुड बी देयर. So you can categorize these schemes into 5 to 10 different areas. और अपने रिस्क टॉलरेंस को देखते हुए, अपने टाइम होराइजन को देखते हुए, वी कैन प्लान आवर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स अकॉर्डिंगली. कि हमने क्या करना है, वी विल टेक अ लिस्ट ऑफ 5 to 10 schemes. We want 5 to 10 schemes in our portfolio, and each of these should be belonging to different kinds of categories. तो हमने जैसे एक या दो स्मॉल और मिड कैप स्कीम्स ले ली, एक या दो हमने मल्टी कैप स्कीम्स ले ली या मल्टी एसेट स्कीम ले ली, एक या दो हमने फ्लेक्सी कैप स्कीम्स ले ली अपने पोर्टफोलियो के लिए, एंड सिमिलरली एक या दो इंडेक्स फंड्स ले लिए टू गिव मोर स्टेबिलिटी टू आवर पोर्टफोलियो, एक दो मनी मार्केट स्कीम्स ले लिए. तो ओवरऑल यू हैव or one or two maybe overseas schemes, one or two sectoral schemes also you can include depending on the performance of the sectors. Right now, whichever sectors are performing well, let's say banks are doing really well. Bank Nifty is performing really well right now. So you can look at the indices which are investing in banks, maybe private sector banks or public sector banks. You can look at those kind of mutual fund schemes that are investing in these kind of sectors. So overall, we need a portfolio of around 5 to 10 schemes, depending on our capital, depending on how much we are planning to invest. और सब में ही SIP करना है 500 रुपए का every या जितना भी, depending on whatever your amount of funds you're having. Let's say we have 10 schemes, we will be investing 500 rupees in each of the schemes every single month for the next 3, 4, 5 years, or maybe till infinity. जब तक we are planning to our investment, so we plan to keep on investing in these schemes till the time some of these schemes start lagging behind. हो सकता है अगले 2-3 साल 5 साल ये schemes अच्छा रिटर्न दें, उसके बाद ना दें. So that is the time you can switch your asset allocation, maybe move your capital from this scheme to some other scheme which is performing much better. So, but how do you find out which is the best scheme out of all the small cap schemes? There are 30-40 options available within small cap, one offered by Kotak, one offered by SBI, one offered by ICICI, one offered by HDFC. Which is the best? Or maybe Franklin or DSP BlackRock. So which is the best scheme, small cap scheme? You can look at their risk adjusted performance measures like Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, and based on that we can ultimately decide that these are one or two schemes within the small or mid cap space that we would like to invest in. और उनको हम मॉनिटर करेंगे. मे बी every year we are monitoring. After 1 or 2 years or 3 years, when you believe that now this scheme has started lagging behind, there are some other schemes which are performing better, you can switch your capital and move to those kind of schemes. So this is the way to select the schemes. One thing you will have to look at is the risk and the returns which you can obtain using the Sharpe ratio, Trenner ratio, Jensen's alpha. Another thing we can look at is the relative performance of these schemes with respect to the benchmark index. So I told you there is something called upside capture ratio and downside capture ratio. How the scheme is performing with respect to the benchmark index when the markets are going up. Is the scheme going up by a much larger amount or by a lesser amount? That's relative performance. So you can look at these kind of ratios like upside and downside capture ratios. You can also consider things like expense ratios. Ki management fee kitni hai? They are not, these schemes are not doing any social service. They're not running NGOs to provide all these services for free. They are charging management fees from all the investors, which is usually in the range of 0.1% to 2% for depending on whether it is an active scheme or a passively managed scheme. And these expense ratios also add up in the long run. अगर हम अगले 10-20 साल के इन्वेस्ट करने का सोच रहे हैं तो जो 1% का भी फर्क होगा over a long period of time, it can add up due to compounding. So we have to be quite careful when we are looking at the schemes, also take into account the expense ratios. Plus there is something called CRISIL rating. So CRISIL, as you know, is a rating agency which is rating all the mutual fund schemes. So even if we are not an expert, we can rely on the expertise of CRISIL and only focus on the schemes which are 4 and 5 star rated. Do not consider schemes which are lagging behind, which are having 1 star or 2 star rating. Only focus on the 4 or 5 star rated schemes. So that's how ultimately we can select the top 5 to 10 schemes for our portfolio. So that's with respect to mutual funds. Any doubts in this, you can ask me right now. In mutual funds, if you're having any problem, let me know right now. Is there any issue in mutual funds? Let me know.
No, sir.
No? Okay. Chalo, okay. Let's now come to equities. Mutual funds is not going to give us exceptionally high returns. It's going to give you decent returns over the long term, but you cannot expect more than 20-25% every single year over a long period of time. That's the thing. For that, we need to gradually venture out into direct stock investing. We have to be able to select individual stocks. And the way to do that is given in the second unit, that is with using fundamental and technical analysis. So uske baare mein abhi baat karenge hum. That's actually the crux of this entire syllabus. If you know fundamental and technical, practically also, it's going to help you a lot for direct stock investment. और वो एक दिन में आएगा नहीं practically. Even if you know the theory, even if I tell you a few things, doing it by yourself over maybe a few months and few years, that's the time. Over time, you'll start becoming familiar with it. तो अभी equities के बारे में बात करेंगे कि equities का फायदा तो everyone knows it has the potential for giving the highest kind of returns. Even historically, Nifty has given around 12% returns if you look at the past 30 years of returns of Nifty. But that's the overall index. If you look at individual stocks, some of them have given returns which are more than 20-25%. A lot of even if you focus on small and mid cap companies over the past 5 or 10 years, some companies have even given returns which are higher than 25-30%. So, and 25-30% may seem to be a small amount, but we've seen in this example that we discussed, as you saw, 1 lakh can turn into 26 crores over obviously over a long period, but that is the due to the power of compounding. So don't underestimate this difference of 5 or 10% extra returns. Going from 15% to 25% returns can make a huge difference in the long term. If you gradually move from mutual funds, equity funds to direct equity investing, it can result in a difference of around 5 to 10 or even more percentage returns over a long period of time. This extra 10% can add up and result in a difference in crores of rupees. That's the entire point. So mutual funds is giving us a starting point. Then we ultimately, if our aim is to, and plus we are passionate about equities, if we find it interesting, then we can look at fundamental and technical, try and understand in more detail. और एक और कॉन्सेप्ट है इसमें एफिशिएंसी ऑफ मार्केट्स का, तो वहां से स्टार्ट करते हैं, देन वील मूव ऑन टू इक्विटीज एंड फंडामेंटल टेक्निकल. तो मार्केट एफिशिएंसी की एक थ्योरी है व्हिच वाज गिवन बाय यूजीन फार्मा. Pharma is a researcher in finance, very famous, and they have Pharma French के models भी हैं बहुत सारे, like you have capital asset pricing model, CAPM is there. Similarly, we have Pharma French 3-factor models, 5-factor models, which are also asset pricing models. Also, that's not a part of our syllabus right now. तो उन लोगों ने Eugene Fama is a very famous, he used to be a professor in US in a very famous prestigious university, and plus he received a lot of prizes. So he gave this theory, which is a lot more theoretical in nature, not so practically applicable. But the theory is of efficient market hypothesis. EMH we call it, efficient market hypothesis. इस पे भी एक short note question type का आ सकता है. So we should be aware of what is market efficiency. Now he's saying markets behave very efficiently, and whatever new information is there, immediately the prices of the securities adjust to reflect the new information. जैसे ही कोई नई अनाउंसमेंट होगी, कोई अर्निंग कंपनी ने अनाउंस की कि हमारा बहुत अच्छा प्रॉफिट है, प्राइस एकदम से ऊपर चले जाएगा उसको उस अर्निंग से प्राइस को मीट करने के लिए. ऐसे ही अगर कोई नेगेटिव न्यूज आएगी, देयर इज मे बी रिसेशन की न्यूज आ गई, या फिर लेट्स से मोदी जी कम्स आउट विद डीमोनेटाइजेशन पार्ट 2, तो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स कैन स्केयर द मार्केट एंड लीड टू फॉल इन द प्राइसेस ऑफ द सिक्योरिटीज. सो ही इज सेइंग जैसे ही नई न्यूज आएगी, इमीडिएटली इट विल बी रिफ्लेक्टेड इन द प्राइसेस. और इसके 3 फॉर्म्स ऑफ एफिशिएंसी दे हैव गिवन इन द थ्योरी: वीक फॉर्म, सेमी स्ट्रांग फॉर्म एंड स्ट्रांग फॉर्म. अगर स्ट्रांग फॉर्म है मतलब कि कोई भी नई चीज होगी, चाहे वो पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट इंफॉर्मेशन हो, चाहे वो हिस्टोरिकल प्राइस की इंफॉर्मेशन हो, चाहे वो कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन हो, वो इमीडिएटली प्राइस में रिफ्लेक्ट हो जाएगी. चाहे कोई इंफॉर्मेशन पब्लिकली रिलीज नहीं हुई है लेकिन प्राइवेटली रिलीज हो गई है, अगर सीईओज ने आपस में बातें करी हैं या अपने प्रमोटर्स को बताया है कि हमारा प्रॉफिट बढ़ने वाला है, तो वो पहले ही प्राइस में रिफ्लेक्ट हो जाएगा. सो दैट्स कॉल्ड स्ट्रांग फॉर्म एफिशिएंसी. और सेमी स्ट्रांग फॉर्म ये होता है कि सिर्फ पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ही रिफ्लेक्ट होगी, प्राइवेट इंफॉर्मेशन क्योंकि वो पब्लिक डोमेन में आई नहीं है, सो दैट विल नॉट बी इमीडिएटली रिफ्लेक्टेड इन द प्राइसेस. और वीक फॉर्म बोलता है कि पब्लिक प्राइवेट दोनों रिफ्लेक्ट इमीडिएटली नहीं होंगे, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा उनमें, लेकिन जो हिस्टोरिकल प्राइस और वॉल्यूम रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन है, स्टॉक प्राइस और वॉल्यूम रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन है, वो करंट प्राइसेस में ऑलरेडी रिफ्लेक्ट हो रही है. जो स्टॉक्स अभी तक अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे थे वो अभी भी अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी रिफ्लेक्ट हो रही है प्राइसेस में वो चीज. तो दीज आर 3 फॉर्म्स ऑफ एफिशिएंसी व्हिच वी नीड टू नो. नाउ द डिफरेंस it also says, इसका मतलब why is it applicable to equities? That's also we need to understand. अगर EMH applicable है, so do you think there is any point of doing fundamental and technical analysis? If efficient markets are behaving very efficiently, then will you get any additional benefit out of doing fundamental and technical analysis?
No, sir.
Markets are behaving very efficiently. जैसी कोई नई information आ रही है, it is immediately reflected in the prices. So obviously there is no extra advantage of doing fundamental or technicals. If strong form of efficiency is there, there is no point of doing either of these. Even if semi-strong form of efficiency is there, there is no point of doing either of these. If weak form of efficiency is there is no point of doing technical analysis, but fundamental will still work क्योंकि public वाली information अभी भी उसमें accommodate नहीं हो पा रही है price में. So overall पॉइंट ये है कि अगर एफिशिएंट मार्केट इतना एफिशिएंट होती तो फंडामेंटल टेक्निकल का कोई फायदा नहीं होता. दैट्स द एंटायर पॉइंट ऑफ मार्केट एफिशिएंसी हाइपोथेसिस. नाउ प्रैक्टिकली इज इट एप्लीकेबल? डू यू थिंक, डज एनीवन थिंक इट इज एप्लीकेबल? मार्केट्स का इतनी एफिशिएंटली बिहेव करती हैं? हमने ये डिस्कशन पहले भी किया था.
No, sir.
हाँ, नहीं करती है. द रीजन इज वेरी सिंपल. अगर इतना एफिशिएंट होती मार्केट्स तो क्या कोई इन्वेस्टर्स ऐसे होते हैं जो इतना वॉरेन बफेट की तरह बन पाते? वॉरेन बफेट या फिर राकेश झुनझुनवाला या फिर ऐसे जो इन्वेस्टर्स बने हैं जिन्होंने फंडामेंटल या टेक्निकल एनालिसिस को यूज करके, बेंजामिन ग्राहम इज देयर, पीटर लिंच इज देयर, तो देयर आर मोनीश पबराई इज देयर. तो इतने सारे फेमस इन्वेस्टर्स जो हैं, वो रमेश दमानी इज देयर. सो ऑल दीज फेमस इन्वेस्टर्स वुड नॉट बी देयर. Why would they be having such high returns? अगर कोई इतना efficient है market तो कोई फायदा ही नहीं है analysis करने का. And also अगर if markets were so efficient then there would be no bubbles and no crashes. जो bubble बनते हैं कभी कभार market में, जैसे 2007 के टाइम पे बबल बना था या कोविड से पहले बबल बना था और वो क्रैश हुआ फिर उसके बाद, तो ये बबल बस जो होते हैं, मार्केट में क्रैश आ रहा है, कभी बहुत ज्यादा राइज आ रहा है, ये होता ही नहीं. मार्केट तो ग्रेजुअली मूव करती है, हल्का हल्का मूव कर रही है बस. और अगर मार्केट इतनी एफिशिएंट होती तो स्टॉक्स इतने एक्सपेंसिव क्यों होते? कोई कोई स्टॉक्स आर रिमेनिंग ओवर वैल्यूड फॉर मल्टीपल ईयर्स कि 100-200 के पी रेशो पे चल रहे हैं. कोई कोई स्टॉक्स हैं तो 3-4 के पी रेशो पे चल रहे हैं. 5 के PE पे रेशो पे था. So why would some stocks be remaining overvalued and some stocks would remain undervalued for such long periods if markets were behaving efficiently? So these are some evidences to show that markets do not practically behave so efficiently, and that's the reason there is some advantage, some benefit of doing technical and fundamental analysis. तभी फायदा है, वरना फायदा नहीं होता फंडामेंटल और टेक्निकल एनालिसिस करने का. So this is one thing that we must be clear of. Okay. Now coming to each of these analysis briefly हम देखेंगे क्या क्या है. फंडामेंटल में हमें बस देखना है कि इकोनॉमी, इंडस्ट्री और कंपनी के बारे में. इट इज नोन एज EIC फ्रेमवर्क, इकोनॉमी, इंडस्ट्री एंड कंपनी. हाउ द इकोनॉमी इज डूइंग, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग टू द ग्रोथ रेट्स, इन्फ्लेशन रेट्स, इंटरेस्ट रेट्स, exchange rates. All of these things will be impacting different sectors in the economy, and within the economy, which are the industries that are coming up, which are the sectors that are performing well and are likely to do well in the coming future. And now within those sectors, which are the companies that are the best performing companies or companies having the highest potential. तो ये फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस का पॉइंट है. और इसी में हम जब सबसे ज्यादा फोकस कंपनी के ऊपर रखेंगे तो we'll look at the financial statements of the company, we'll look at balance sheet, income statement, we'll also focus on the financial ratios, valuation ratios of the company. We can look at things like क्या प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी बढ़ रही है तो कितनी तेज बढ़ रही है, क्या सेल्स बढ़ रही है, रेवेन्यू बढ़ रहा है, कितनी तेज बढ़ रहा है, what is happening to the debt in the company, is it sustainable or not, and even we can consider things like financial ratios, what is happening to profitability ratios, profitability जा रही है, ऊपर जा रही है, नीचे जा रही है, what is happening to the current ratio, quick ratio, these are liquidity ratios, what is happening to debt equity ratio, solvency ratios, what is happening to performance ratios or activity ratios like asset turnover, these kind of things we can consider. Yeah, return on assets बढ़ रहे हैं, कम हो रहे हैं, what is happening to all these metrics. And plus we will also be looking at valuation metrics or valuation ratios की क्वालिटी तो हमें इससे पता पड़ जाएगी. If you look at the financial statements, if you look at balance sheet, income statement, cash flow statement, even you are considering the financial ratios, you will know about the quality of the company. But then we also need to know whether we are paying the right price. क्या हमें value for money मिल रहा है, or is it too expensive or too cheap? That can be figured out using valuation metrics like price to earnings, price to book, price to cash flow. All of these things are there which we can consider to find out whether we are getting value for our money. तो ये सारा इधर दे रखा है फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस में. इसका बेसिक लॉजिक है, we need to be greedy when others are fearful and we need to be fearful when others are greedy. तो जब कोई चीज, अच्छी चीज सस्ते में मिल रही है, कोई सेल चल रही है मार्केट में, that is our ideal buying opportunity. While when there is a bubble, when the market has gone up significantly, that's the time to be very cautious and to book your profits, at least partially. तो अच्छी कंपनी का बुरा समय चल रहा है, that is our golden opportunity. Now coming to इसी में वैल्यूएशन की चीजें भी होती हैं कि कंपनी की वैल्यू अगर निकालनी है कि क्या शेयर का प्राइस 100 रुपए होना चाहिए, 200 रुपए होना चाहिए, वो कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? या तो रिलेटिव वैल्यूएशन करके कि बाकी कंपनी से कंपेयर करके उसी सेक्टर में बाकी फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनीज जो हैं वो 30 का पीई रेशियो चल रहा है, इस कंपनी का 20 का है, तो इसकी वैल्यू कितनी होनी चाहिए थी, अगर बाकियों को देखें तो कितनी होनी चाहिए. दैट इज नोन एज रिलेटिव वैल्यूएशन. And then you have something called intrinsic valuation or discounted cash flow valuation, where you are looking at what are the expected future cash flows, discounting them and coming up with the present value of all the expected future cash flows. That's known as discounted cash flow valuation. और इसी में डिविडेंड डिस्काउंट भी होता है, which is a special case of DCF, one specific case of DCF, जिसमें हम डिविडेंड्स को एस्टिमेट करते हैं कि डिविडेंड कंपनी जो दे रही है, प्रॉफिट शेयर कर रही है इन्वेस्टर्स के साथ, वो कितना एक्सपेक्टेड है फ्यूचर में. एंड इफ यू टेक द प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ ऑल द एक्सपेक्टेड फ्यूचर डिविडेंड्स, टेक द डिस्काउंटेड वैल्यू, दैट विल गिव यू द वैल्यू ऑफ द फर्म. सो डिविडेंड डिस्काउंट मॉडल, डिस्काउंटेड कैश फ्लो वैल्यूएशन, DCF में तो पूरे कैश फ्लोज को लेते हैं, सिर्फ डिविडेंड्स को नहीं लेते. So you take DDM, dividend discount model, you take DCF, you take relative valuation. These will help you come up with the value of the company. So in the PPT, all these formulae and everything are given. You can go through this. We don't have time right now, but we'll try and take up the numericals which have come before, after we are done with the theory part. So DDM के numericals थोड़े बहुत आ जाते हैं कभी का dividend discount model के बारे में, तो which is also known as Gordon's model. तो इन models के बारे में थोड़ा पता होना चाहिए. You should be able to solve the numericals also if you get on these kind of models. तो इसमें DDM में प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि क्योंकि डिविडेंड हर कंपनी देती नहीं है, या देती है तो बहुत कम देती है compared to the profits it is generating. That's the reason dividend discount model valuation is not so reliable compared to discounted cash flow valuation. And even DCF has lot of assumptions involved कि इतने सारे assumption होते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी गड़बड़ होने का chance होता है. That's the reason in investment banks जब भी mergers acquisitions हो रहे होते हैं या कुछ हो रहा है, if they want to take out the value of any particular company, they do not rely on purely dividend discount model or even DCF. They also use the industry averages कि अभी market में क्या rate चल रहा है उसको देख करके. So that is more practically applicable. Relative valuation is little bit more practical compared to intrinsic valuation. ऐसा नहीं कि वो use नहीं होता, but they are used with a pinch of salt because lot of assumptions are involved in DDM and DCF. Let's now come to technical analysis. Fundamental में हमने देख लिया क्या है. Technical is mainly about charts and patterns and prices and indicators and trends. हमें देखना है कि trend uptrend है, downtrend है in different time frames, and depending on our time horizon we can choose a relevant time frame. उसमें uptrend है, downtrend है, we need to find out first is the trend, the strength of the trend. अगर अप ट्रेंड है तो कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग ट्रेंड है और उसमें कहाँ पे एंट्री लेनी है, कहाँ पे एग्जिट लेना है. दैट्स ऑल डिसाइडेड यूजिंग टेक्निकल एनालिसिस. तो टेक्निकल्स में कहते हैं ट्रेंड इज योर फ्रेंड एंड ऑलवेज ट्राई टू स्टे विद द ट्रेंड. And here you have concepts of Japanese candlestick chart patterns, things like hammer, shooting stars, Marubozu candles are there. The Japanese candlestick patterns होते हैं उसमें. Chart patterns भी होते हैं. Head and shoulders pattern is there. Double top, double bottom, the triple top, triple bottom. Triangle patterns are there. A lot of other patterns are there, which are chart patterns. तो एक candle का pattern भी हो सकता है और एक पूरे chart का pattern भी हो सकता है. Plus you can use indicators like RSI, MACD. तो इन terms के बारे में पता होना चाहिए for whoever is starting out. You should know about all these terms to be able to write in your exam. इन पे short notes भी आ सकते हैं. And basically it's mainly about identifying the trend कि uptrend है या downtrend है and कितना strong trend है and when to enter, when to exit depending on the support, resistance levels, depending on multiple other factors like candlestick chart patterns, like overall chart patterns. All of these things you can use to time your entry and exit. Stop loss कहाँ लगाना है, target कहाँ लगाना है, all of these can be decided using technical analysis. ठीक है, तो अभी फंडामेंटल टेक्निकल और इसके बारे में हमने बात किया इक्विटीज कार में. एनी डाउट्स, एनी प्रॉब्लम्स इन दिस? इन इक्विटीज इफ देयर इज एनी प्रॉब्लम लेट मी नो राइट नाउ. बाकी अभी हम क्वेश्चंस भी देखेंगे. वी विल कम टू प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस एंड न्यूमेरिकल्स आल्सो व्हिच हैव कम बिफोर, बट दैट्स लेटर ऑन. Any doubts in this? Any problems? Okay, fine. Let's come to now fixed income. Fixed income and other investment opportunities. इसके बारे में बात करेंगे. Let's talk about fixed income. Fixed income securities are usually bonds, debentures, which are giving you a fixed rate of return almost equal to the FD returns, little bit higher, maybe 0.51% higher compared to the FD returns. But then there is also risk involved, risk of default of the company. Company हो सकता है repay ना कर पाए debt, they may go bankrupt, and in that case you may end up losing some of your capital. Although एक provision होता है कि if the company is going bankrupt, their assets will be liquidated. एक IBC भी आया है, insolvency bankruptcy code. Assets are liquidated and whatever money is recovered is used to pay off the जिन लोगों ने भी debt दे रखा है, banks हो गए या फिर even bond holders हो गए, उनको repay करने के लिए use होता है. The problem is practically funds are diverted much earlier and nothing is usually left for the bond holders. That is the problem. Practically, theoretically तो मिलना चाहिए लेकिन मिलता नहीं है अगर कंपनी bankrupt हो तो. Then why should anyone invest in bonds and debentures compared to FD? क्योंकि 0.5%, 1% ही extra return मिल रहा है. Can anyone answer this question? Why should anyone invest in bonds and debentures and not fixed deposits? कोई करना ही नहीं चाहिए ना फिर तो. अगर risk भी involved है और सिर्फ 0.5% या 1% extra return मिल रहा है तो क्यों invest करना चाहिए? You can end up losing your entire capital. The main reason is that firstly 1 or 2% extra returns can make a big impact in the long run. If you're investing for the next 10, 20, 30 years, even 1 or 2% extra return can firstly have a big impact. And secondly, you can even sell these bonds. अगर FD mature नहीं हुई है, हमने 5 साल की FD बनाई है, 3 साल की FD बनाई है, if that is not matured and you break it prematurely, you will have to pay a penalty fee. 1%, 0.5%, 2%, जो भी depending on the bank, we'll have to pay a small fee. That is not the case for bonds. You can go and sell the bonds any day on the secondary markets they are traded. जैसे shares को sell करते हैं वैसे bonds को भी sell कर सकते हैं. And bond prices also fluctuate. तो bond price ऊपर नीचे जाते रहते हैं depending on the changes in the interest rates. तो अगर interest rates गिरेंगे economy में, what will happen to our bonds? If we are holding a bond, what will happen to the bond? The bond prices will rise. क्योंकि हमारा bond जो पुराना था वो ज्यादा रिटर्न दे रहा था, अब इंटरेस्ट रेट्स कम हो गए हैं, तो नए बॉन्ड्स कम इंटरेस्ट दे रहे हैं. तो जो भी अगर हम बेचना चाहेंगे अपना बॉन्ड, दैट बॉन्ड इज मोर वैल्यूएबल नाउ, एवरीवन वुड वांट टू बाय द बॉन्ड, सो ओवरऑल द प्राइस ऑफ द बॉन्ड विल इंक्रीज. Now, if you expect the interest rates to fall in the economy, bonds are a good way to get interest firstly and also capital appreciation. जब bond का price बढ़ेगा तो capital appreciation मिलेगा. तो ये दोनों advantage मिल सकते हैं if you are buying bonds compared to a fixed deposit. Now, usually in this unit we get numericals which we'll take up at the end. तो numericals पे आते हैं कि calculate the value of the bonds, कि कितना price होना चाहिए bond का. दे रखा होगा कि फेस वैल्यू कितनी है बॉन्ड की. ये दे रखा होगा कि बॉन्ड लेट्स से कितना परसेंट कूपन दे रहा है, इंटरेस्ट दे रहा है, कितने साल की मैच्योरिटी. ऑल ऑफ दिस विल बी गिवन इन द क्वेश्चन एंड यू वुड बी आस्क्ड टू कैलकुलेट द वैल्यू ऑफ द बॉन्ड. कितना व्हाट इज द राइट प्राइस फॉर द बॉन्ड, तो दैट वी कैन कैलकुलेट इजीली. ओके, तो ये बॉन्ड्स के बारे में है. और नाउ और one more question can be asked to calculate the yield to maturity of the bond, which again all of this is done using the formula of time value of money. वही same formula लगेगी. Discounted cash flow जैसे करते हैं, you take the expected future cash flows, take their discounted value, and that's how you come up with the value of the bond. Let me just show you this thing. This slide is there. So this kind of formula you can use. Whatever interest we are getting every single year and the final principal amount that we are getting at maturity, you take the discounted value of all of these and you come up with the value of the bond to calculate. And yield to maturity ka bhi formula hai. All of these are given in the slides. We'll take these up once we are done with the theory part. Now coming to other asset classes like commodities and real estate and bullions like gold and silver and derivatives. तो commodities के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं. Commodities can be of 4 categories. अगर हम MCX में बात करें, मल्टी कमोडिटी एक्सचेंज पे, उसमें 4 टाइप की कमोडिटीज होती हैं. यूजुअली बुलियंस होते हैं लाइक गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. यू हैव बेस मेटल्स लाइक लेड, जिंक, एल्यूमिनियम, कॉपर. यू हैव agri commodities like wheat, soybean, cotton. You have even energy commodities like crude oil and natural gas. तो ये 4 तरीके की commodities हो गई. इनके futures contracts होते हैं, options contract होते हैं, which we can buy and sell, and it is mainly useful for hedging purposes or for or even for it is useful for hedging or speculation. अगर हमें हमारा कोई view है based on technical analysis or based on fundamental analysis, we can use that to make a profit even if we are not having a position in the underlying asset. और ये usually this gives you a diversification benefit क्योंकि gold or silver especially have an inverse correlation with the stock markets. When the markets are falling, these are acting as safe havens. Everyone likes to put in money, take out money from equities when the markets are falling and put in money into gold and silver. And that's the time you see an inverse correlation between equities and gold and silver. So it gives you a diversification benefit. Plus, when the inflation is rising in the economy, gold, silver, and even real estate tends to rise with the inflation levels. थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है in terms of percentage, in terms of the proportion, but the direction is usually similar to the inflation. तो ये थोड़े benefits हैं इनके. और बाकी इसके बारे में हमने और डिटेल में बात किया था कि गोल्ड सिल्वर में इन्वेस्ट करने का बेस्ट तरीका क्या है. द बेस्ट वे इज यूजिंग ETFs. गोल्ड ETFs आर देयर, और यूजिंग सॉवरेन गोल्ड बॉन्ड्स. आजकल गोल्ड बॉन्ड इशू नए नहीं आ रहे, नई ट्रांच नहीं आ रही है, बट पुराने वाले सेकेंडरी मार्केट में सेल होते हैं. दीज हैव अ बेनिफिट ऑफ कैपिटल एप्रिसिएशन. व्हेन द प्राइसेस आर मूविंग अप एंड डाउन, दे आल्सो मूव अप एंड डाउन. But also along with that, government promises you to give you a return of 2.5% extra return in addition to the capital appreciation. तो ये एक benefit है sovereign gold bonds का. Plus एक gold ETFs भी होते हैं which are like ETFs of Nifty. They are traded on exchanges similar to gold bonds. They are backed by gold, physical gold. और इवन सॉवरेन गोल्ड बॉन्ड्स आर बैक्ड बाय फिजिकल गोल्ड, तो उसकी सिक्योरिटी तो है ही, एंड प्लस उसमें मेकिंग चार्जेस नहीं होते जो ज्वेलरी में होते हैं। ये सब बेनिफिट्स हैं ऑफ गोल्ड ईटीएफ्स एंड सॉवरेन गोल्ड बॉन्ड्स। और ऐसे ही फिर रियल एस्टेट के भी यू कैन, इफ यू आर लुकिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन रियल एस्टेट, द मेन बेनिफिट इज दैट इट इज यूजुअली relatively stable compared to other asset classes like equities, like bonds, like equities, but still the reason we find it to be more stable is because we are not tracking the prices of real estate every single day or even every single month. We are looking at the prices after multiple years. Obviously उतने टाइम में तो prices या तो constant रहते हैं, थोड़े ऊपर चले जाते हैं, तो we don't see it going down. हालांकि ऐसे हो चुका है in the historical past of India. You can see a lot of periods when the real estate prices have gone down or have stayed at the same level for multiple years. Even in Delhi, I told you this example, 2 BHK which was costing around 1 crores in 2010 was costing again 1 crore in 2020 as well. So over a 10-year period, there was almost 0% appreciation, capital appreciation in the value of the property. So there can be a lot of periods when you don't see a very high appreciation even in real estate, or you may even see periods where the price, we don't track the prices every single second or every single day or every single month. We track it after multiple years. तो ये गोल्ड में बेनिफिट इज इट्स यूजुअली relatively stable compared to equities, and it over the long term it generally gives you a good return. The problem is that usually lot more amount has to be blocked compared, या तो REITs करो, real estate investment trusts are like mutual funds for real estate. These are investing in, they are taking funds from all the small investors and putting in money across a lot of commercial properties. And these properties are given on rent, and the rent is used to pay to the investors. Rent, part of the rent is passed on to the investors. तो इस तरीके से REITs वर्क करते हैं. उसका एडवांटेज है कि छोटा अमाउंट में 500 रुपए में भी हम रियल एस्टेट में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं एक तरीके से. क्योंकि रियल एस्टेट का मेन प्रॉब्लम इज लॉट ऑफ अमाउंट इज ब्लॉक्ड, देयर इज illiquidity, if you cannot sell it very easily, and even if you want to sell it, it will take a long time to find the right buyer who is willing to pay the right price, and then paperwork, legal hassles are there, brokerage you'll have to pay, लाखों रुपए ब्रोकर को देने पड़ेंगे, taxes में capital gains भी देना पड़ेगा, अगर नहीं देना capital gains you have to reinvest all the amount into another residential property. So every time this money will remain blocked if you want to avoid paying taxes, or you'll have to invest in government bonds which are again locked for the next 5 years. So it's not in a way giving you financial freedom, it's giving you stability. Mental stability is there, peace of mind is there, but then this financial freedom that we need in terms of retirement, post retirement, you need regular stream of income that can be generated, but rental income is, keep in mind, very low. The rental income usually in India's most of the metropolitan cities is not more than 2 to 3%. अगर 1 करोड़ का फ्लैट है तो साल में 2 से 3 लाख से ज्यादा रेंट नहीं आता. So 2 to 3% is the rental yield on most of the properties in India, residential properties in metro cities. That's the thing. That's one more drawback कि उससे ज्यादा तो FD में ही आ जाता है, 6% तो वैसे ही आ जाएगा. And plus, if you're not getting capital appreciation as well, then real estate may not be such a good alternative. अगर ऐसी जगह इन्वेस्ट कर रखा है जहाँ पे कैपिटल एप्रिसिएशन होने का स्कोप है, then obviously it's a much better alternative. You can have more mental peace and stability of mind. So these are some of the benefits and drawbacks of all of these things. Now we'll come to theories and models. बस यही रहता है, अभी ये थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं. And in the second half we'll be looking at the previous year papers. The theories, models. Yes, okay. कौन से units करवा दिए? First unit we have looked at over here. We've discussed the second and the third unit and the sixth unit. फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड एंड सिक्स्थ अभी तक हम ऑलरेडी देख चुके हैं. फोर्थ और फिफ्थ भी अभी ब्रीफली देख लेंगे. अभी हम वी आर लेफ्ट विद द क्वेश्चंस, इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्शंस. आई विल बी हाइलाइटिंग दैट इन द सेकंड हाफ व्हेन वी मीट एट वील हैव अ ब्रेक बिटवीन 1 to 2 p.m. that time you can also have your lunch, and after that when we meet at 2 p.m. we'll be looking at the important portions which generally are tested in your exams. Okay, fine. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Actually,
Yes, sir.
you're not teaching with the slides na, so we got confused by looking in the book.
ओके ओके ठीक है. तो दिस स्लाइड आई जनरली इसीलिए रखा है स्लाइड अभी सामने, क्योंकि बार बार एक तो स्किप करना, सिंस आई एम मूविंग वेरी फास्ट टुडे आई नीड टू कवर एवरीथिंग, सो आई विल मे बी नॉट हैव टाइम टू स्किप टू मूव टू ईच एंड एवरी स्लाइड, बट स्टिल दिस स्लाइड विल इज गिविंग यू द पर्सपेक्टिव, ओवरऑल पर्सपेक्टिव कि हमें क्या क्या चीजें कवर करनी है और क्या क्या कर ली है. Now the theories and models, इसी में सबसे ज्यादा questions लोगों के फंसते हैं. Other things are more practically applicable as well. जो हम बाकी चीजें पढ़ी हैं अभी तक हमने, वो ज्यादा practically applicable है, उसमें ज्यादा सबको interest भी आता है, and plus we are able to answer the questions. The from your exam perspective, where we face the maximum problem is in units 4 and 5. उसमें क्योंकि theory part है, which is little boring also, but still being a part of the syllabus, we'll have to study. Some of this you can apply practically, but most of the times it's more theoretical in nature. Fine. Let's come to a few of the theories and models. First, हम asset pricing models के बारे में बात कर लेंगे. CAPM, capital asset pricing model, और arbitrage pricing theory, APT. These are two models which are part of the syllabus. And why are they known as APT, asset pricing models? क्यों बोलते हैं इनको asset pricing models? इसका फॉर्मूला पहले देखते हैं. CAPM का फॉर्मूला क्या है कि expected returns are equal to risk free rate plus beta into the market risk premium, which is RM minus RF. This is the formula. Expected returns are equal to the risk free rate plus beta into the market risk premium, which is RM minus RF. तो ये formula क्या बताता है कि if you are investing in any asset class, the returns that we would be expecting are proportionate to the risk that we are taking. जैसे जैसे हम ज्यादा risk लेंगे, we will expect to get higher returns, but these returns are not always guaranteed. Although our expectation would be higher, these returns would obviously not be guaranteed. And risk कहाँ पे दे रखा है? Risk is in the form of beta. जैसे जैसे हमारा पोर्टफोलियो का बीटा बढ़ेगा या सिक्योरिटीज का पोर्टफोलियो बढ़ेगा, बीटा बढ़ेगा, we will be expecting to get higher returns on the portfolio or on the security. Beta is a measure of systematic risk. Systematic risk, there are two kinds of risk. ये पता होना चाहिए, ये भी question आ सकता है. Difference between systematic and unsystematic risk you should be clear of. Now systematic risk is simply the risk that is there in the system. पूरे system में जो risk है, जो कि जिसका हम ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते, कि अगर इकोनॉमी में रिसेशन आएगा, हर कंपनी पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा ही ऑलमोस्ट. अगर इकोनॉमी में लॉकडाउन होगा, ऑलमोस्ट हर कंपनी पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा ही आएगा. अगर डिमोनेटाइजेशन पार्ट 2 आएगा, तो हर कंपनी पे मोस्टली इम्पैक्ट आएगा. सिमिलरली इफ ट्रम्प ने टैरिफ्स कर दिया, हर एक्सपोर्ट इंडस्ट्री पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा ही. या रुपी का डेप्रिसिएशन हो रहा है, तो जो भी इंपोर्टर वाली कंपनी सेक्टर्स हैं, उन सब सेक्टर्स पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा जो भी इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. तो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर बीइंग रिफ्लेक्टेड बाय बीटा, व्हिच इज मेजर ऑफ सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क. और एक और तरीके का रिस्क होता है व्हिच इज अनसिस्टमैटिक रिस्क, दैट इज स्पेसिफिक टू वन पर्टिकुलर कंपनी और वन पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर और इंडस्ट्री. तो अगर ऐसी चीज है, लेट्स से एक कंपनी का लॉस हो गया, उसका मे बी कोई बिकॉज ऑफ फायर इन द फैक्ट्री, द कंपनी इज इनकरिंग अ लॉस. सो दिस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ, ये भी रिस्क है कि आग तो कभी भी लग सकती है. किसी भी कंपनी, हमने शेयर खरीदा और इस कंपनी की फैक्ट्री में आग लग गई, सो दैट इज पॉसिबल, बट दैट्स समथिंग नोन एज अनसिस्टमैटिक रिस्क. या फिर हमने लेट से कोई कंपनी का शेयर खरीदा, फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी थी, उसकी वो यूएस में एक्सपोर्ट करती थी अपनी ड्रग्स, एंड उसकी ड्रग्स पे बैन लगा दिया एफडीए ने. वहां की जो ड्रग अथॉरिटी है, उन्होंने उस पे बैन लगा दिया है, तो अब उनकी सेल्स रुक गई. नाउ दिस इज अगेन एन एग्जांपल ऑफ अ अनसिस्टमैटिक रिस्क. तो हम अनसिस्टमैटिक रिस्क इसमें कंसिडर क्यों नहीं कर रहे? दैट इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड. Why are we only taking into account beta, which is a measure of systematic risk in CAPM, and not taking into account unsystematic risk? Anyone can answer this?
सर क्योंकि जो अनसिस्टमैटिक रिस्क होती है वो डाइवर्सिफिएबल होती है, एंड जो रिस्क
Great.
डाइवर्सिफिएबल
Good
होती है
point.
उसके बदले में हमें
Shreya
कोई
is
रिटर्न.
absolutely correct. This unsystematic risk which is there is specific to one particular company. It can be diversified away. अगर हमने एक अपने पोर्टफोलियो में 20 कंपनी रख रखी हैं, फार्मास्यूटिकल की भी है, एफएमसीजी की भी है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी है, यू हैव वैरायटी ऑफ कंपनीज इन योर पोर्टफोलियो, बैंकिंग स्टॉक्स भी हैं, रियल एस्टेट के भी हैं, यू हैव all kinds of metal companies are also there, then obviously your risk is reduced. And this risk is known as unsystematic risk, which can be diversified away. Diversifiable risk है. तो इसीलिए अगर हम एक पोर्टफोलियो बना रहे हैं, उस पोर्टफोलियो में हमें इसका कोई एक्स्ट्रा कॉम्पनसेशन एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए. अगर हम ही, if we are not taking enough precaution, if we are only investing in 1 or 2 companies, then obviously this unsystematic risk is our fault only. We are not diversifying it away. We are the ones who are being foolish. We are only investing in 1 or 2 companies. So we should not expect extra compensation for our foolishness. If we are the ones who is behaving, if I am the one who is behaving foolishly, I should not expect extra compensation. That's my fault if I'm not diversifying my portfolio completely. तो इसीलिए according to capital asset pricing model, investors should expect extra compensation only on the extra systematic risk. जो भी exposure to systematic risk है, that cannot be diversified away, उसी के लिए हमें extra compensation expect करना चाहिए. एक company specific risk, unsystematic risk के लिए, which can be diversified away, you should not be expecting extra compensation. Now coming to another question that I was asking you earlier, कि इस मॉडल को, कैपएम को और इवन एपीटी को, दोनों को हम एसेट प्राइसिंग मॉडल क्यों कहते हैं? Why are we calling it asset pricing model? इसको हम एसेट प्राइसिंग मॉडल क्यों कह रहे हैं? That's one question you will have to answer. Why is it being called an asset pricing model? क्योंकि ये तो सिर्फ एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न बता रहे हैं ना. ये एसेट का प्राइस कहां से पता पड़ा? इससे कि शेयर का प्राइस कितना है, वो कैसे पता पड़ा?
सर ये जो एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न हम यहाँ से फाइंड करते हैं वो हम डिविडेंड डिस्काउंट मॉडल में और मॉडल्स में यूज करते हैं एसेट के प्राइसेस को पता लगाने के लिए.
Good. So only one person was listening in the class, I think. Everyone else, I don't know. Physically तो आते हैं लोग, mentally पता नहीं कहाँ रहते हैं. तो anyway, this is the point. CAPM से जो expected return आ रहा है, which is also known as cost of equity. So this expected return or cost of equity is used as a discount rate when you are calculating the price, the intrinsic value of the company in dividend discount model or discounted cash flow valuation model. जब हम DCF कर रहे हैं या DDM कर रहे हैं, जिससे हम वैल्यू निकाल रहे हैं कंपनी की, तो ये जो डिस्काउंट रेट है ना 15% का, ये आया है कैपएम के थ्रू या एपीटी के थ्रू. सिमिलरली अगर हम DCF यूज कर रहे हैं, उसको भी हम डिस्काउंट कर रहे हैं, तो डिस्काउंट रेट जो यूज कर रहे हैं वो भी हम कॉस्ट ऑफ इक्विटी के थ्रू कर रहे हैं यूजिंग CAPM और आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग थ्योरी. दैट्स द रीजन इफ यू आर कमिंग अप विद कितनी होनी चाहिए, उसका प्राइस कितना होना चाहिए सिक्योरिटी का, यूजिंग DDM और DCF, you are in a way relying on these asset pricing models and theories. That's the reason they are known as asset pricing models. और अब दूसरी एक थ्योरी थी, वो थी APT, आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग थ्योरी. आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग मॉडल ये भी सिमिलर है. इट्स सिमिलर टू CAPM. Only difference over here, just give me 1 second. Yes. तो arbitrage pricing theory is relying on macroeconomic variables instead of market return. तो उसमें हमने जो लिया था market risk premium लिया था और बीटा लिया था. लेकिन इस केस में arbitrage pricing model में हम बीटा 1, बीटा 2, बीटा 3, बीटा 4 अलग अलग बीटास लेंगे for each of the macroeconomic variables. क्योंकि जितना रिटर्न हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे अपने पोर्टफोलियो पे अकॉर्डिंग टू आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग मॉडल विल डिपेंड ऑन कि जीडीपी कितना रहेगा, वो इस पे भी डिपेंड करेगा कि इंटरेस्ट रेट्स कितने रहेंगे, इन्फ्लेशन कितना रहेगा, एक्सचेंज रेट कितना रहेगा. अगर हमें पता है कि जीडीपी इतना रहने वाला है, लेट्स से जीडीपी ग्रोथ 8% की होने वाली है और इंटरेस्ट रेट इकोनॉमी रिस्क फ्री रेट इतना रहने वाला है, 5% का रहने वाला है, इन्फ्लेशन लेट से 6% का रहने वाला है, एक्सचेंज रेट लेट से 90 का रहने वाला है, जो भी हमें पता है, ये 4-5 वेरिएबल्स पता है, वी कैन कम अप विद द एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न्स यूजिंग द आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग मॉडल। तो ये सारे जो बीटा 1, बीटा 2, बीटा 3 हैं, ये बीटा कोएफिशिएंट्स आते हैं रिग्रेशन मॉडल के थ्रू। तो जब हम इन वेरिएबल्स का रिग्रेशन रन करते हैं, हमने एक एक्सेल में एक कॉलम ले लिया, एक्सेल में एक कॉलम हमने लिया कि पोर्टफोलियो का कितना रिटर्न रहा है या स्टॉक का कितना रिटर्न रहा है, एक कॉलम में हमने ले लिया कि जीडीपी का कितना, जीडीपी की ग्रोथ कितनी रही है, इंटरेस्ट रेट्स कितने रहे हैं तीसरे कॉलम में, चौथे में इन्फ्लेशन कितना रहा है। उन सब के बेस पे यूजिंग हिस्टोरिकल डेटा यू कैन कम अप विद योर एस्टिमेट्स कि कितना होना चाहिए, कितना कितना रिलेशन है एक्सपेक्टेड, हमें कितना रिटर्न एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए इफ वी आर गिवन a particular GDP growth, if you are given a particular inflation rate. This you can obtain using regression. But ultimately, just to summarize, arbitrage pricing theory is giving you expected returns, कितना return expect करना चाहिए based on macroeconomic variables. तो ये जो बीटा 1, बीटा 2, बीटा 3, बीटा 4 है, ये these are sensitivities to all each of the macroeconomic variables. जब GDP लेट से 1% से बढ़ेगा, तो अगर ये बीटा 1 है 1.5, मतलब कि एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न 1.5% से बढ़ना चाहिए। तो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन कम अप विद योर एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न्स कि हमें, अगर हम किसी पोर्टफोलियो में हम इन्वेस्टेड हैं या फिर हम किसी स्कीम में, म्यूचुअल फंड स्कीम में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो हमें कितना रिटर्न एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए, यू कैन गेट यूजिंग आइदर कैपएम और आर्बिट्राज प्राइसिंग मॉडल और थ्योरी। ठीक है, एनी डाउट्स इन दिस, एनी क्वेश्चंस इन दिस? APT मॉडल्स में ये दो मॉडल्स मेन है। Any questions in this? Any doubts? Any problems? Let's now come to, yes. Any problem?
सर मींस आर्बिट्रेज प्राइसिंग को मॉडल को हम मोर एक्यूरेट कह सकते हैं कंपेयर टू कैपएम प्राइसिंग, कैलकुलेशन रिटर्न और जो भी कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं
कह सकते हैं, बट द थिंग इज प्रैक्टिकली इफ यू लुक एट इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स, जहां पे भी ये कॉस्ट ऑफ इक्विटी यूज होता है, कहाँ यूज होता है, जहां पे भी कंपनी की वैल्यू निकालनी है, मर्जर एक्विजिशन हो रहा है, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स के जो भी एनालिस्ट हैं वो लोग यूज कर रहे हैं, तो वो DCF यूज करेंगे, और DCF में जो कॉस्ट ऑफ इक्विटी या एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न आएगा, दे आर मोस्टली प्रैक्टिकली यूजिंग कैपिटल एसेट प्राइसिंग मॉडल। तो कैपएम ज्यादा प्रैक्टिकली यूज होता है, हालांकि theoretically both are more applicable। इसमें APT में ज्यादा वेरिएबल्स दे रखे हैं, मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक वेरिएबल्स दे रखे हैं, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली अगर देखा जाए तो ज्यादा रिलेशन होता है मार्केट रिटर्न से। हमारे जितना रिटर्न हमें एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए वो मार्केट के रिटर्न्स पे ज्यादा डिपेंड करता है कंपेयर टू मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक वेरिएबल्स। ठीक है, तो although the number of variables are more in APT, but practically this is more frequently used model. See, CAPM is much more frequently used.
ओके।
और अगर हमें खुद से भी DCF यूज करना है, अगर कंपनी की वैल्यू निकालनी है, मोस्टली सारी हर जगह कैलकुलेशन जो हो रही है वो कैपएम के थ्रू ही हो रही है।
कैपएम के थ्रू हो रही है,
यस। नाउ लेट्स कम टू मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी। Last thing, then we'll stop and take a short break. After that, when we meet, we'll discuss the important portions. So arbitrage pricing modern portfolio theory was given by a person called Harry Markowitz. Harry Markowitz is a very famous finance researcher, and he even got the Nobel Prize. इस modern portfolio theory के लिए हैरी मार्कोविट्स को नोबेल प्राइज मिला था 1990 में। ये थ्योरी जो आई थी ये 1960s में आई थी। मोस्ट ऑफ द थ्योरीज, इवन कैपएम एंड ऑल, have originated in around 1960s। जितनी भी मॉडर्न थ्योरीज हैं वो यूजुअली 1960s के आसपास आई हैं, और ये भी अराउंड 1965 के आसपास की ही है। दिस थ्योरी इज देयर, एंड व्हाट MPT इज सेइंग, मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी क्या कहती है, बेसिकली ये दो चीजों के बारे में बात करती है। तो इसमें इसी में लोग थोड़ा कभी कभार आंसर नहीं कर पाते इन योर, ऑल्दो इट्स, आई नो इट्स वेरी थ्योरेटिकल इन नेचर। ये जो चीज हम वील बी डिस्कसिंग इज वेरी थ्योरेटिकल, बट स्टिल फ्रॉम योर एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, इफ यू आर एबल टू राइट जो भी हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं उतना काफी रहेगा। मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स विल बी इनफ फॉर दिस। ओके, तो मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी में पहले नोबेल प्राइज क्यों मिला, ये भी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है कि पहले भी सबको पता था, इवन बिफोर 1960s पीपल वर अवेयर कि जब ज्यादा रिस्क ले रहे हो तो रिटर्न थोड़ा ज्यादा एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए, और लोगों को ये भी पता था कि रिस्क करने का तरीका क्या है कि थोड़ा डाइवर्सिफाई कर लो, 2-4 स्टॉक्स डाल लो, 2-4 म्यूचुअल फंड डाल लो। उस टाइम तो खैर म्यूचुअल फंड इतने होते नहीं थे, बट स्टॉक्स ज्यादा डाल लो। तो ये लोगों को इंट्यूटिवली पता था, पीपल हैड अ बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि हाँ अगर डाइवर्सिफाई कर लेंगे, अगर डोंट पुट ऑल योर एग्स इन द सेम बास्केट, वही वाला कॉन्सेप्ट है। एवरीवन वाज बेसिकली अवेयर कि अगर डाइवर्सिफाई कर लोगे तो रिस्क कम हो जाएगा, लेकिन कितना होगा कम, कितना डाइवर्सिफाई करना है, वो क्वांटिफाई नहीं किसी ने किया था। Nobody was able to quantify the relation between the number of securities and the relation between securities and the actual diversification benefit, कितना benefit मिल रहा है। वही चीज मार्कोविट्स ने की थी इस मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी में। He was able to quantify the relation between the risk and the relation between securities। तो यही मेन कंट्रीब्यूशन है जिसकी वजह से नोबेल प्राइज मिला था मार्कोविट्स को। तो लेट्स डिस्कस अभी इसमें किया क्या है, वेरी ब्रीफली विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस। तो इसमें दो चीजें पता होना चाहिए, एक एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर का कॉन्सेप्ट है, एक इंडिफरेंस कर्व का कॉन्सेप्ट है। ये दो कॉन्सेप्ट्स अगर समझ में आ गए, देन वील कंबाइन बोथ ऑफ देम एंड कम अप विद द फाइनल कंक्लूजन। तो पहले एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर क्या होता है? एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर is a set of portfolios or set of securities which are giving the best possible combination of risk and returns। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ कि कोई भी इन्वेस्टर ये चाहेगा कि एक गिवन लेवल ऑफ रिस्क के लिए वो अपना रिटर्न मैक्सिमाइज करे। अगर दो सिक्योरिटीज हैं, दोनों में सेम रिस्क है, तो जो ज्यादा रिटर्न देगी वो वाला चूज करेंगे हम। सिमिलरली एक इन्वेस्टर ये भी चाहेगा कि अगर दोनों इफ अ गिवन लेवल ऑफ रिटर्न के लिए अपने रिस्क को मिनिमाइज कर लें, अगर दो सिक्योरिटीज हैं, दोनों का सेम रिटर्न मिलने वाला है, तो जिसमें कम रिस्क होगा उसमें इन्वेस्ट करेंगे। ठीक है, दिस इज क्लियर, आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन। An investor would like to maximize the returns for a given level of risk and would like to minimize the risk for a given level of returns. This is the first thing. I think this is clear to everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So efficient frontier is showing you these set of securities or portfolios which are giving you the best possible combination of risk and returns. तो अभी हम compare करते हैं। अगर I give you this practical example, then you have to answer this question. एग्जाम्पल ये है कि हमारे पास, हमने बात की थी एक बॉन्ड के बारे में और एक एफडी के बारे में। एफडी दे रही है 7% का रिटर्न, 6% का रिटर्न, और बॉन्ड दे रहा है 6.5% का रिटर्न। एक कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड है, कंपनी एक छोटी सी कंपनी है, नई सी कंपनी, वो 6.5% का रिटर्न दे रही है बॉन्ड पे, 5 साल का बॉन्ड है, और उस कंपनी की क्रेडिट रेटिंग भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है। सिबिल स्कोर जो होता है ना, उस तरीके की रेटिंग्स होती है कंपनी की, तो उनकी क्रेडिट रेटिंग इतनी अच्छी नहीं है। तो अब would anyone like to invest in the corporate bond or would you like to go for the fixed deposit? That's my question. FD is giving you 6%, corporate bond is giving you 6.5%, but company is very new and it's not having a very good credit history.
Sir, FD.
Obviously, FD would like to invest in fixed deposit. क्यों फालतू में 0.5% के लिए इतना रिस्क लेना है? सारा पैसा डुबोना थोड़ी है। So that's the thing. अब look at these 2 points. Look at this point C and look at the point G. इनमें से FD कौन सा है और बॉन्ड कौन सा है, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड? Tell me.
सर C FD है और G बॉन्ड है।
हाँ, C is FD and G is बॉन्ड। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि दोनों का रिटर्न ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर सा है, हल्का सा में भी ज्यादा है बॉन्ड उसका बॉन्ड का, लेकिन रिस्क तो बहुत ज्यादा है ना उसके कंपैरिजन में। तो ऑब्वियसली इट इज लाइंग बिलो द एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर। दिस येलो लाइन इज द एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर। इसके नीचे जो भी पॉइंट है वो इनएफिशिएंट पॉइंट है। जो भी इस लाइन पे लाए कर रहे हैं, येलो लाइन पे, दीज आर एफिशिएंट पॉइंट्स व्हिच वी वुड लाइक टू चूज। और जो भी इसके नीचे हैं वो बेकार के हैं. वी शुड नॉट बी, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली द रिस्क इज हायर और द रिटर्न्स आर लोअर. So we would not want to choose points which are below the efficient frontier. तो अब tell me कि एक E point भी है, तो हमें C point choose करना चाहिए या E point choose करना चाहिए? You have these 2 points here. C भी choose कर सकते हैं या E भी choose करते हैं? Which one would you like to choose?
E का रिटर्न
E.
तो E चूज करना चाहिए.
E choose करना चाहिए ना? E is giving much higher return for a given amount of risk. पर प्रॉब्लम ये है कि E एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता. ये प्रॉब्लम है. प्रैक्टिकली क्या कोई ऐसा लेट्स से हर एक कोई चाहता है कि हमें 100% का रिटर्न मिले और रिस्क 1% का भी ना हो. तो ऐसा कोई ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है? अगर होता तो सब करते, बट ऐसा कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है कि जो 1% का रिस्क हो और 100% का रिटर्न हो. तो इसीलिए जो भी पॉइंट इस फ्रंटियर के ऊपर लाई कर रहे हैं वो बेस्ट पॉइंट हो सकते हैं, लेकिन वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करते. दीज आर नॉट प्रैक्टिकली वैलिड. तो we would, as an investor, we would like to choose a point which is lying on the efficient frontier, क्योंकि उसके ऊपर के पॉइंट है ही नहीं और नीचे के पॉइंट inefficient है. This is the concept of efficient frontier. Now the second concept is the concept of indifference curve. इंडिफरेंस कर्व क्या होता है? हमने इकोनॉमिक्स से सबने पढ़ रखा होगा इंडिफरेंस कर्व के बारे में. तो इंडिफरेंस कर्व is a point which is offering, is a set of points which are offering the same level of satisfaction or utility to the consumer. ये हमने उसमें पढ़ा होगा इकोनॉमिक्स में. इसमें ये इन्वेस्टर के लिए बने हुए इंडिफरेंस कर्व्स. So these are the set of portfolios which which are giving the same level of satisfaction to the investor. अब इसको देखते हैं. ये जैसे येलो लाइन है, दिस इज फॉर वन इन्वेस्टर. ये इन्वेस्टर, अब यहाँ पे 2 पॉइंट बना लेते हैं, बस लास्ट थिंग है, उसके बाद लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट, देन वील कंक्लूड द वील टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक आफ्टर दिस. तो ये एक पॉइंट है और यहाँ पे एक और पॉइंट है. येलो लाइन इज एन इंडिफरेंस कर्व फॉर वन इन्वेस्टर. और एक और तीसरा पॉइंट बना लेते हैं. So these 3 points are offering the same level of satisfaction to the investor. Why? Because जैसे जैसे रिस्क बढ़ रहा है, रिटर्न भी, एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न भी बढ़ रहा है. तो जिस पोर्टफोलियो पे ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न है उस पे वो इंसान ज्यादा रिस्क लेने के लिए रेडी है. He is getting the same level of utility, same level of satisfaction. ठीक है. और ये कॉन्वेक्स क्यों है? ये जो कर्व है ये इस तरीके से कर्व्ड इस तरीके से क्यों है? Can anyone tell me? ये ऐसा कर्व कॉनकेव सा क्यों नहीं है? This curve, why is it convex and not concave?
सर क्योंकि जो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी होती है वो डिमिनिश करती है.
ओके. इससे क्या शो हो रहा है कि अगर ये कॉनकेव होता तो जो ये यूटिलिटी है इस पॉइंट से अगर इस पॉइंट पे जाएंगे, रिस्क बढ़ रहा है लेकिन रिटर्न की एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रही है. ये ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? बिकॉज पीपल आर रिस्क एवर्स. दैट्स द मेन रीजन. अगर हम रिस्क एवर्स हैं तो हमें रिस्क, थोड़ा सा भी एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क लेने के लिए हमें बहुत ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा कॉम्पनसेशन हम मांगेंगे. हमें चाहिए कि हम ज्यादा रिस्क ले रहे हैं तो हमें 2% का एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क ले रहे हैं तो कम से कम 5% का एक्स्ट्रा रिटर्न तो मिले. तो दैट्स द पॉइंट. दैट इज द रीजन why, because we are all risk averse, we would expect a much higher return for an extra amount of risk that we are taking. अब ये last चीज है which is combining all of these. All the concepts are being combined over here. तो ये जो yellow curved line over here is showing you the efficient frontier. और जो ये dotted lines हैं, yellow dotted line, green dotted line and blue dotted lines are showing you the indifference curves. और जो इस पूरे चार्ट में ये शो होता है कि इन्वेस्टर को कौन सा पॉइंट चूज करना चाहिए. दैट इज व्हाट इज बीइंग रिफ्लेक्टेड ओवर हियर. ओके. तो अब जितने सारे पोर्टफोलियो अवेलेबल हैं, बहुत सारे पोर्टफोलियोज अवेलेबल हैं जो लोग यूज कर सकते हैं अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए. एक पोर्टफोलियो यहाँ पे भी है, एक ये 3 पॉइंट्स तो हैं ही जो 3 पॉइंट्स आर मार्क्ड ऑलरेडी ओवर हियर. उसके अलावा ये पॉइंट्स भी हैं. तो इन्वेस्टर कौन सा पोर्टफोलियो अपने लिए चूज करे? ये दोनों तो ऑब्वियसली एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर के नीचे है, तो वो हम चूज ही नहीं कर सकते। जो मैंने अभी द पॉइंट द सर्कल्स आई हैव ड्रॉन, कोई लेगा ही नहीं क्योंकि दीज आर इनएफिशिएंट पॉइंट्स। यहाँ पे अगर कोई पॉइंट होगा, ये पॉइंट एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता, तो दैट आल्सो यू कैन नॉट चूज। सो ऑब्वियसली वी वुड वांट टू चूज अ पॉइंट व्हिच इज लाइंग ऑन द एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर। लेकिन ये येलो वाला पॉइंट लेना चाहिए, ब्लू वाला पॉइंट लेना चाहिए या ग्रीन वाला पॉइंट लेना चाहिए, ये किस चीज पे डिपेंड करेगा?
सर
दिया
इंडिफरेंस
किस पे डिपेंड करेगा?
सर इंडिफरेंस कर पे इन्वेस्टर की।
सर इंडिफरेंस का।
ठीक, इंडिफरेंस का, गुड पॉइंट। वेरी सिंपल थिंग इज, दिस इज द मेन पॉइंट। अगर ये समझ आ गया तो मेन एटलीस्ट क्रक्स ऑफ द थ्योरी समझ में आ जाएगा। मेन क्या पॉइंट कहना चाह रहे हैं कि ये तीन लोगों के तीन जो डॉटेड लाइंस हैं, दीज आर शोइंग इंडिफरेंस कर्व्स ऑफ 3 इन्वेस्टर्स। और जो पॉइंट ऑफ टेंजेंसी होता है, टैंजेंट पता है सबको, मैथ्स में हमने पढ़ा होगा, तो जो भी जहां पे ये इंटरसेक्ट कर रहा है इंडिफरेंस कर्व विद द एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर, दिस इज नोन एज पॉइंट ऑफ टेंजेंसी। उस पॉइंट को चूज करना चाहिए इन्वेस्टर को अपना पोर्टफोलियो बनाने के लिए। तो अब ये येलो पॉइंट लेना है, ब्लू पॉइंट लेना है या ग्रीन पॉइंट लेना है, विल डिपेंड ऑन कि इन्वेस्टर कितना रिस्क एवर्स है या नहीं है। अगर इन्वेस्टर बहुत डरपोक है, इन्वेस्टर इज कंप्लीटली रिस्क एवर्स, ही डज नॉट लाइक टेकिंग रिस्क एट ऑल, तो वो कौन सा पॉइंट लेगा? येलो पॉइंट लेगा, ब्लू लेगा या ग्रीन लेगा?
येलो।
येलो, एग्जैक्टली। So this blue dotted line is showing you the indifference curve for a completely risk averse investor. अगर उसको extra risk लेना है तो वो बहुत extra compensation demand कर रहा है, क्योंकि slope सबसे high है ना। If you look at the slope of these 3 curves, the slope is highest for the blue dotted line. तो इसका मतलब जैसे ही थोड़ा सा भी एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क ले रहा है तो उसको बहुत एक्स्ट्रा कॉम्पनसेशन चाहिए। और जो येलो वाला डॉटेड लाइन है, दैट इज फॉर एन इन्वेस्टर हु इज एबल टू टेक रिस्क वेरी इजीली। ही इज नॉट रिस्क एवर्स, ही टेक्स रिस्क वेरी इजीली। तो उसके लिए ये ग्रीन पॉइंट ज्यादा सुटेबल रहेगा। अ पोर्टफोलियो विच इज हैविंग मच ग्रेटर अमाउंट ऑफ रिस्क बट ऑल्सो एबल टू ऑफर अ हायर एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न। और येलो डॉटेड लाइन वाला इन्वेस्टर डज नॉट एक्सपेक्ट अ वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ एक्स्ट्रा कॉम्पनसेशन इफ ही इज टेकिंग एन एक्स्ट्रा अमाउंट ऑफ रिस्क। थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा रिस्क लेने के लिए उसको थोड़ा सा भी एक्स्ट्रा रिटर्न मिल जाए तो चल जाता है, क्योंकि बिकॉज ही इज एबल टू टेक रिस्क वेरी इजीली। तो अब अल्टीमेटली क्या कंक्लूजन निकला? द अल्टीमेट कंक्लूजन ऑफ दिस मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी इज दैट you will have to choose your own best portfolio depending on your risk preference. ऑब्वियसली जो हम पोर्टफोलियो चूज करेंगे वो एफिशिएंट पोर्टफोलियो, एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर पे लाई करना चाहिए। whichever portfolio or security we are choosing should ultimately lie on the efficient frontier. But along with that, we should also take into account our risk preference. If we are able to take risk very easily, then our portfolio, optimum portfolio will lie somewhere around here. If we are not able to take risk easily, our indifference curve would be much more steeper, and our point of tangency, our optimal portfolio would lie somewhere around here. तो यही कंक्लूजन है कि अल्टीमेटली हमें डिसाइड करना है कि हम कितना रिस्क ले सकते हैं। अगर ज्यादा ले सकते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली हमारा पोर्टफोलियो राइट पे होगा, अगर नहीं ले सकते तो लेफ्ट की साइड पे होगा ज्यादा। और लास्ट पॉइंट ओवर हियर इज पोर्टफोलियो रिस्क और रिटर्न के बारे में है कि पोर्टफोलियो रिस्क कम कैसे करना है, डाइवर्सिफाई करके। और डाइवर्सिफाई करके कितना रिस्क कम होगा वो इस फॉर्मूला से दे रखा होता है। इसका न्यूमेरिकल हम डिस्कस करेंगे अभी ब्रेक के बाद, तो अभी ब्रेक लेंगे। बट ये न्यूमेरिकल इसके थ्रू सॉल्व होगा कि अगर लेट से 2 सिक्योरिटी हैं पोर्टफोलियो में, दोनों के बीच में कोरिलेशन कितना है वो बहुत मैटर करता है। दोनों का हमें दे रखा है कि रिस्क कितना है, रिटर्न कितना है, दोनों सिक्योरिटी का दे रखा है, लेकिन उनके बीच में अगर बहुत पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन है तो क्या वो अच्छी बात है डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के लिए? टेल मी, एनीवन कैन आंसर दिस। इफ 2 सिक्योरिटीज आर वेरी strongly positively correlated, is it a good thing for diversification?
No sir.
No
sir.
The reason is simple, क्योंकि अब दोनों सेम डायरेक्शन में मूव होंगे, दोनों में लॉस हो रहा है तो दोनों में ही लॉस होगा, एक में भी लॉस हो रहा है तो दोनों में होने लग जाएगा। तो जैसे गोल्ड और सिल्वर है, यूजुअली दे मूव इन द सेम डायरेक्शन. Silver is little bit more volatile compared to gold. If you are investing in gold and silver, they are giving you some diversification benefit, but not as much as gold and equity. Gold और equity के बीच में काफी negative भी correlation होता है, तो इसलिए गोल्ड और इक्विटी में थोड़ा बेटर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन बेनिफिट मिलेगा. दैट इज व्हाट वील लुक एट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द न्यूमेरिकल्स आफ्टर द ब्रेक. सो टेक अ ब्रेक, वील मीट एट अराउंड 2 o'clock. ठीक है,
Thank you, sir.
10
सर
break.
एक उसमें
Sir,
Yes, question, tell me.
सर ये जो ग्रीन पॉइंट था लास्ट ग्राफ पे जो आपने दिखाया,
Yes,
जो
yes, yes.
जो एक्चुअली इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे तो नहीं आ रहा है, बट एफिशिएंट फार्मर फ्रंटियर पे आ रहा है, और जो
नहीं,
ब्लू
हाँ.
और येलो लाइन है, डॉट है, वो टेंजेंट है. तो
हाँ,
इन दोनों
नहीं,
का
ये भी
यूटिलिटी
tangent ही है.
लेवल से
ये भी tangent ही है. ये
ग्रीन,
मे बी सही से बना नहीं है यहाँ पे, बट वो tangent पॉइंट ऑफ टेंडेंसी ही चूज किया जाएगा.
अच्छा ठीक है, बिकॉज यही डाउट था कि वो टेंजेंट पे
Right.
नहीं है तो क्या यूटिलिटी लेवल तो डिफरेंट रहेगा इन दैट केस, तो वो
नहीं
लेना
नहीं
चाहिए
नहीं,
नहीं.
it will be based on the tendency point only.
ओके देन फाइन.
Any other doubts, any other questions, let me know right now.
sir PPT आप chat पे share कर देंगे?
वो already shared है, तो anyone can share the link. Just please share the link once again on the group so that Anu can also have access. तो जिन लोगों ने late join किया है उनके लिए please just share the PPT. Somebody take the responsibility. Diya and Reshma, can you take the responsibility? Just add the PDF of the books and also the PPT. जो भी slides का link है और ये दोनों चीजें just share on the group.
Sir इसका link है या ये PDF फॉर्म में है?
ये PDF नहीं है, ये PPT का लिंक है, स्लाइड्स, गूगल स्लाइड का लिंक है वो. Both the things are already shared, but anyway, somebody can take the responsibility and please share on the group for the benefit of others who are maybe coming for the first time. ठीक है, चलो, we'll meet after some time. Take a short break. See you at 2 o'clock.
ओके सर.
Fine. Welcome back. Let's start now with the questions. The important topics. I hope so everyone has had lunch. You're full of energy. ज़्यादा तो नहीं खा लिया, otherwise you will fall asleep. अच्छे से नींद
अभी
आई है
तो
फिर
बन रहा है सर, खाया नहीं है।
ओके ज़्यादा नहीं खाना चाहिए, नहीं तो बहुत अच्छे से नींद आने वाली है। तो anyway, let's start with the important topics now. Questions which have appeared before. और उससे आइडिया लगेगा कि किस टाइप के क्वेश्चन एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं हम। Although we have discussed this once before, but for the benefit of people who are coming for the first time, we are going to talk about this once again. तो जो questions आए हैं, we'll go unit by unit. जो हर unit में से क्या-क्या questions पहले आ चुके हैं, and what other questions you can expect. So in the first unit, this question has appeared, I think, 2 times. Let me just open this thing. इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोसेस के बारे में क्वेश्चन 1-2 बारी आ चुका है पहले, तो डेफिनेटली स्टडी दिस टॉपिक कि इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोसेस होता क्या है, कैसे इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। तो लाइक आई हैव टोल्ड यू बिफोर, if you are asked about investment process, firstly we need to understand our own risk tolerance, risk preference, return expectations, our time horizon, duration of our goals. तो पहले गोल बनाते हैं, अपने गोल्स को डिफरेंट बास्केट्स में डिवाइड करते हैं कि लॉन्ग टर्म, मीडियम टर्म, शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स, एंड डिपेंडिंग ऑन whether you are having long term goals or more short term goals, your asset allocation will vary, and also it will depend upon the economic variables which we have discussed before. तो फर्स्ट चीज यही होगी कि अपना गोल्स पता होने चाहिए, अपना टाइम होराइजन पता होना चाहिए, और अपनी करंट फाइनेंशियल सिचुएशन का आइडिया होना चाहिए, and even your risk and return expectations. That is the first thing which needs to be clear to us before doing any kind of security analysis. जब ये पता है, then you go on to talk about different asset allocation कि क्या क्या assets available हैं, उसमें कितना कितना डालना है, will again depend upon the first step in the process. तो जब हमने decide कर लिया कि based on the macroeconomic situation, based on our own situation also, we will decide our asset allocation. Once the asset allocation is decided, we will talk about individual securities within the asset class कि कितना कितना डालना है, किस में डालना है, और you have to plan your investments accordingly कि एक साथ lump sum भी डाल सकते हैं, and also you can do it in a systematic staggered way, जैसे SIP के फॉर्म में इस टाइप से भी कर सकते हैं. And that is a usually safer approach for people who are not comfortable with technicals and all. Investing systematically is a much more staggered way क्योंकि averaging हो जाता है, rupee cost averaging जिसे बोलते हैं, तो that gives you an additional benefit. तो इसके बारे में होगा. Then once the assets have been finalized, you start investing and monitor your investments on a regular periodic basis. तो ये एक definitely read about investment process. That is one question that you generally get from the first unit. और देखते हैं कि first में क्या आता है question. Yes, let me just see. Question which has appeared before. Various investment avenues available to investors. ये तो बहुत ही common और easy question है. क्या क्या investment options available हैं, और give examples of each. And also you should know the advantage and disadvantage of each asset class. तो सबके बारे में बात कर सकते हैं, equities के बारे में, mutual funds, fixed income securities, PPF, insurance products भी होते हैं, endowment plans वगैरह होते हैं insurance में, उसके बारे में you can talk about, and you can even mention cryptocurrencies is a new emerging asset class, although India में इतना promote नहीं हो रहा, but still you can talk about that. And real estate, commodities, which give a diversification benefit, hedge against inflation. All of this you can speak, and plus write the pros and cons of each and every asset class. तो ये questions पहले आ चुके हैं first unit में. Usually एक ही question आता है first unit में से. Looking at the previous pattern of few years papers, you can find out कि normally you don't get more than one question from the first unit. Then let's talk about the second unit. या पहले फर्स्ट कर ले, लास्ट भी कर लेते हैं, पहले लास्ट वाला कर लेते हैं, वो भी इजी है बहुत ही. तो देन वील गो टू द मोर डिटेल्ड यूनिट्स. तो देयर इज वन क्वेश्चन दैट यू जनरली गेट, that is to calculate the risk adjusted returns or to compare the performance. I'll just tell you what exactly question has come before. तो म्यूचुअल फंड्स और परफॉर्मेंस रिस्क एडजस्टेड परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर क्वेश्चंस आते हैं. Yes. तो क्वेश्चन ऐसा हो सकता है कि यू आर गिवन द returns of the mutual fund scheme and your all तीन स्कीम दे रखी हैं, तीनों का रिटर्न दे रखा है, रिस्क फ्री रेट दे रखा है और तीनों का रिस्क दे रखा है. And you are asked to calculate which scheme would you like to invest in. Just rank the schemes based on their performance, risk adjusted performance. तो उसके लिए it's easy to do using Sharpe ratio, using अगर बीटा दे रखा होगा तो you will use Trenner ratio, अगर standard deviation दे रखा होगा you can use Sharpe ratio. Otherwise you can even use Jensen's alpha, उसमें it's easy to calculate. तो risk adjusted performance पे ये question usually आता है. या फिर one more question can be to calculate the coefficient of variation. Have you heard about this term, coefficient of variation? I think we discussed this earlier in the previous classes.
Yes, sir.
Coefficient of variation is clear? हमने discuss किया था, I think. The coefficient of variation is very simple. It's if you are not given the risk-free rate, still you want to calculate the, you want to combine both risk and returns, you can use coefficient of variation. It's a simple formula. I think PPT में भी दे रखा है वो, where you simply use the standard deviation, divide by the mean and multiply with 100. I'll just show you. अगर यहाँ पे दे रखा है तो I think it's mentioned somewhere here. Otherwise also I'll tell you, it's very simple. Simply use the, यहाँ पे शायद नहीं दे रखा, but anyway I'll just write it down so that you know. Coefficient of variation, COV, is equal to the standard deviation divided by mean into 100. तो अगर दे रखा है, जैसे दो स्टॉक्स दे रखे हैं, दोनों का स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन दे रखा है और मीन दे रखा है, एंड यू आर आस्क्ड टू कैलकुलेट कि कौन किस में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. तो वन वे इजी वे इज यूजिंग कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन. जिसका कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन होगा दैट इज हायर होगा, हायर कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन मींस इट इज मोर रिस्की कंपेयर टू द अदर वन, टेकिंग इनटू अकाउंट द रिटर्न्स आल्सो. तो जितना कम होगा कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन, उतना ज्यादा स्टेबल स्टॉक है, एज एक्सप्रेस एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ द मीन रिटर्न्स. तो यूजुअली लास्ट यूनिट में से यही क्वेश्चंस आते हैं, या थ्योरेटिकल क्वेश्चन आल्सो यू कैन गेट. दीज आर न्यूमेरिकल्स व्हिच जनरली अपीयर आइदर कैलकुलेटिंग शार्प और ट्रेनर और जेनसन्स अल्फा, or they can give you 2 or 3 schemes or portfolio and ask you to find out which is the best scheme using risk adjusted performance. वो भी कर सकते हैं easily. Otherwise theoretical question में usually ये पूछा जाता है कि how will you compare the performance of different schemes looking at risk and returns, how will you combine both of them? इस type के questions पूछे जा सकते हैं. Now in the second unit, second and third unit में क्या questions आते हैं, we'll talk about that right now, in this, which is about equities, real estate, mutual funds and all asset classes including bonds, fixed income. इसके बारे में क्या questions आते हैं, that we'll talk about right now, and then we'll move on to models and theories पे क्या questions आते हैं. So generally what you get is there is a question on technical and fundamental analysis. How is technical analysis different from fundamental analysis? Discuss in detail. This question has appeared before. So very simple to do, just write about technical and fundamental, दोनों के बारे में क्या क्या differences हैं. One is meant for long-term investing. Other one can be used more for short-term trading, and plus you can also you can combine both of them. You can write about that also, okay, how you can combine to time your entry and exit. You can use technicals to place your stop losses and targets. You can use technicals, and otherwise you can apply fundamentals for selecting the securities. Normally there is one question also on there is one question which has appeared on role of real estate, commodities, derivatives, and other alternative investments in diversified investment portfolio. Also explain what are the strategies for investing in various alternative investment options. So this we've discussed role of real estate, commodities, derivatives, and other alternative investments in diversified investment portfolio. So you can even mention the modern portfolio theory over here. Modern portfolio theory में अगर दो assets के बीच में negative correlation है, so that can give you a diversification benefit, like what is happening between gold and even equities. When the equities are falling, generally you see the bullions like gold and silver rising. So there is an inverse correlation which helps in diversification. It also acts as a hedge against inflation. So this kind of these kind of things can be mentioned. और एक और क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है कि कंपेयर एंड कॉन्ट्रास्ट एक्टिव एंड पैसिव स्ट्रैटेजीज ऑफ इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट हाइलाइटिंग देयर रिस्पेक्टिव एडवांटेज एंड डिसएडवांटेजेस. एक्टिव पैसिव के बारे में डिपेंडिंग ऑन हाउ मच इंटरेस्ट यू आर हैविंग एंड हाउ मच टाइम एफर्ट यू आर विलिंग टू डिवोट, you can decide whether to go for active and passive, and plus how much knowledge also and experience you're having of investing in the stock market. इसके बेस पे ultimately decide हो सकता है whether you want to go for active strategies or passive. And active में it's mainly about selecting stocks aggressively yourself using fundamental and technical. Passive is relying on index funds and mutual fund schemes which are doing the work on your behalf. और दोनों के pros and cons हैं. In the passive strategies, you generally don't need to spend so much time, and even if you're not interested, you can rely on expertise of the professional managers. While there is a drawback that the returns are generally limited, plus you have to pay a very high management fee. Every year you are paying 1 or 2% of your capital directly as management fee. Even if you are getting negative returns, you will definitely have to pay that 1 or 2% as management fee or expense ratio to the mutual fund scheme manager. तो कुछ drawbacks हैं वो that we can write about. और numericals भी आते हैं. We can also expect a few numericals from these units. तो actual जो weightage है ना, if we are talking about the weightage of different units, the first and the last unit generally you don't get more than one and a half questions. क्योंकि parts भी होते हैं, तो even if you take into account the parts of the first and the last unit, the weightage is generally a little lower. If you look at the syllabus, the first unit, which is introduction, and the last unit, which is evaluation of performance, generally you don't expect more than 1 or 1.5 questions on including these 2 units. जो maximum questions आते हैं वो second और third unit में से आते हैं. तो कुछ questions तो I've already told you, but plus we can get numericals as well. तो numerical कैसा आएगा कि you are given different bonds, or maybe you are given one bond, और उसका निकालना है कि whether what price is the right price for this bond. So I'll just show you कैसे करना है वो. Look at this. If you are given a bond having a face value of 1,000 rupees, interest coupon it is paying of 8% every single year, maturity is 3 years, and the risk-free rate is 9%. तो उस केस में निकालना है कि कितना, what is the right price to pay for this bond? If you are planning to buy this bond, what price would you like to pay? कैसे निकालेंगे? It's really simple to do. कि जो हम DCF में करते हैं, discounted cash flow, you take the cash flows of the coming years and discount them using the risk-free rate. तो अगले साल कितना मिलने वाला है? First year में 8% of 1,000 rupees, 80 rupees. Second year में भी 80 rupees. Third year में भी 80 plus the face value, the principal amount also you will get back 1,000 rupees. So 1,080 you are getting at the third year. But each of these years, the 80 rupees that you are receiving in the first year, 80 in the second year, and 1,080 in the third year are having less value in current terms. In present value, the value will be lower. और कितना कम होगा? If you discount with the risk-free rate, you will get the present value of each of these cash flows. Add all of them and you get a rate which is 974. और ये 1000 से कम क्यों आया है? Why is it? Why would you like to pay a price which is less than 1000? That you have to understand. It's really simple. क्योंकि interest, the coupon it is paying is 8% only, while the current rate in the economy is 9%. So obviously you're getting a lower interest. जो नए bond आ रहे हैं, they are paying you 9%. While this bond is only giving 8%. So obviously nobody would like to pay 1000 rupees. You can buy, for 1000 rupees, you can buy a new bond which is giving you 9%. That's the reason. इस तरीके से मतलब क्रॉस चेक करने के लिए ये अच्छा है कि if the risk free rate is higher than the coupon rate, then obviously the price should be lower than the face value. I'll repeat once again. You can, once you have got the answer, you can check it that the risk free rate, if it is higher than the coupon rate or the interest rate, the final price should come out to be lower than the face value of 1000 rupees. If the risk free rate is lower, if it is, let's say 7% compared to the interest coupon of 9%, then this will come out to be more than 1000 rupees. The price of the bond will be more than the face value. So ये cross check करने के लिए अच्छा. And other kind of question that we can expect is to calculate the yield to maturity. इस पे भी पहले क्वेश्चन आ चुके हैं. Yield to maturity calculate करने के लिए same formula we'll have to apply. The only difference that will be there is simply that we will be using the, instead of calculating the price, we will be calculating the rate of return. This we'll be calculating. R हमने डाल दिया है same equation में. If you are given that the we have bought the bond for 960 rupees. We have bought the bond for 960 rupees. It is having maturity of 3 years, paying a interest of 8%, and the face value is 1000 rupees. तो कैसे निकालेंगे? Same logic, but you will have to solve for R instead of the price of the bond. The formula also is given over here. Yield to maturity का formula भी दे रखा है. This also you can use to calculate, but it's actually obtained using the same formula. यहाँ पे अगर R के लिए solve करेंगे तो आंसर यही आएगा जो इस formula से भी निकल सकता है. So just you can memorize the formula over here. One formula only you have to memorize. Otherwise, the logic you have understood. It's simply putting R and calculating for R in this equation. और एक और क्वेश्चन आया न्यूमेरिकल फ्रॉम द सेम equity and debt units. You can get one more kind of numerical, which is to calculate yes, this is the question. एक तो ये क्वेश्चन था. Arvind is considering buying a 1000 rupee par value bond bearing a coupon rate of 11% that matures after 5 years. He wants a yield to maturity of 15%. The bond is currently sold at 870 rupees. Should he buy the bond? मतलब वो 1000 रुपए का par value है bond का, coupon rate is 11% and it is maturing after 5 years. तो maturity 5 years है, coupon 11% है, 1000 par value है. Yield to maturity is given to be 15%. So you need to calculate what is the right price for the bond. Price calculate करना है और he's buying it for, he's trying to buy for 870 rupees. तो अगर जो calculated price आ रहा है वो 800 रुपए आ रहा है और ये 870 का बिक रहा है, obviously he should not buy the bond. But if it is the calculated price is coming out to be 950 rupees and it is selling for 870, it's a good bargain. It's a good deal to buy the bond. Same logic that we have discussed right now, you can apply. इसमें बस discount 15% से करेंगे because that is the minimum yield to maturity he is expecting. Instead of the risk free rate, he is expecting 15% on this bond. तो उससे discount करा जाएगा. One more question. One more question is, Mr. X wants to invest in a company that has just given a current dividend of 3 rupee per share. Dividends are expected to grow at 20% for the first 10 years and 8% thereafter perpetually. find the value of the equity shares if the required rate of return is 10%. I'll repeat once again. Mr. X wants to invest in a company's shares and the current dividend is 3 rupee per share. Dividends are expected to grow at 20% for 10 years and at 8% thereafter perpetually. Find the value of the equity shares if the required rate of return is 10%. तो ये एक 2-stage dividend discount model के बारे में है. I have shared, I'll just open the slide over here. 2-stage DDM जो होता है ना वो उसमें एक हमें टर्मिनल वैल्यू निकालनी पड़ेगी. I'll just explain right now कैसे करना है ये क्वेश्चन. तो DDM के ऊपर एक सिंगल स्टेज मॉडल के ऊपर भी क्वेश्चन आ सकता है और एक मल्टीपल स्टेज DDM के बारे में भी आ सकता है. ये फाइन. तो जैसे अगर यहाँ पे हमें दे रखा है कि 10 साल तक ये ग्रोथ हो रही है, 10 साल तक आई थिंक I'll just read 10. हाँ, it is growing at 20%. 20% for the first 10 years and after that 8% perpetually. तो हम क्या करेंगे, हम 10 साल का डिविडेंड कैलकुलेट कर लेंगे. अभी का पता है हमें कि 3 रुपए, तो फर्स्ट ईयर के एंड में इट विल बी 3.4 विच इज 20% ऐड कर देंगे. एंड सिमिलरली यू कैन डू फॉर द नेक्स्ट 10 years. 10 साल तक हमने कर लिया और इसको डिस्काउंट करना है हमें टू गेट द प्रेजेंट वैल्यू. डिस्काउंट कैसे करेंगे? रिक्वायर्ड रेट ऑफ रिटर्न इज गिवन टू बी 10%. सो यू डिस्काउंट ऑल ऑफ दीज कैश फ्लो जितना भी है, मतलब कि डिविडेंड हर साल जितना बढ़ रहा है, तो यू टेक द 10 years डिविडेंड एंड डिस्काउंट देम विद 10%. दैट्स व्हाट वी नीड टू डू. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम यह है कि 10 साल के बाद कंपनी बंद तो नहीं हो रही है. अगर हम आगे कैलकुलेट ही नहीं कर रहे, इसका मतलब है कि वी आर अज्यूमिंग द कंपनी विल स्टॉप ऑपरेटिंग. So instead of doing that, we will take a terminal value. क्योंकि अब continuously 100 साल के तो we cannot calculate. We cannot sit down and calculate for the next 100 years dividend and discount each of these dividends. A better way of doing this is कि 10 साल का डिविडेंड हमने कैलकुलेट किया, उसके बाद हम एक टर्मिनल वैल्यू कैलकुलेट करेंगे. टर्मिनल वैल्यू कैलकुलेट करने के लिए एक फॉर्मूला होती है, जो ये वाली फॉर्मूला है, दिस फॉर्मूला इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू, और उस टर्मिनल वैल्यू को भी हम डिस्काउंट कर देंगे. तो हर एक चीज की जो 10 साल में डिविडेंड हमारे पास आ रहा है, each of these 10 years dividends we have taken the discounted value, and at the end of the 10th year whatever is the terminal value which is left, using the formula that is there on the screen, using the formula, the terminal value that is there, you will use that terminal value and discount it, take the present value of that also. तो सबका प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ले लिया हमने 10 साल के डिविडेंड्स का और 11वें साल का टर्मिनल वैल्यू का, and ultimately whatever is left is the value of the shares. Any questions, any doubts in this? Any problem? This is a little complicated, but if you've understood the logic, you can do it easily. तो ये गॉर्डन डिविडेंड डिस्काउंट मॉडल की एक फॉर्मूला होती है, D1 डिविडेंड इन द फर्स्ट ईयर डिवाइड बाय, और इसमें अगर हम 10वें साल पे कर रहे हैं तो हम 11वें साल का लेंगे. We will take dividend in the 11th year and divide by the cost of equity minus the growth rate. Growth rate is given to be 8%. Cost of equity is also given. You can calculate the terminal value using this. जो 11th year का डिविडेंड होगा उसको डिवाइड इससे कर लेंगे. तो दिस विल गिव यू द टर्मिनल वैल्यू. और अगर ये सिंगल स्टेज होता है, लेट्स से कि अगर एक ही ग्रोथ रेट चल रहा है, यू विल सिंपली टेक दिस थिंग ओनली. वो आगे 10 साल का करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. अभी क्या, अभी ओनली वन ग्रोथ रेट इज गिवन, वी विल सिंपली अप्लाई दिस थिंग ओनली. तो I'll give you an example of this question as well, कि it's very easy to do. अगर दे रखा है, कंपनी दे रही है डिविडेंड ऑफ 10 rupees the company has given, and the company is expected to grow at 10%. Assuming a cost of equity of 15%, you need to calculate the right price of this share. I'll repeat once again. The company has right now declared a dividend of 10 rupees. And it is consistently going to grow at 10%. Now, only one stage is there. You don't have two stages. कि दो अलग-अलग stages की growth नहीं दे रखी, एक ही growth rate दे रखा है. And now we need to come up with the value of the shares given a discount rate of 15%. तो कैसे करेंगे? Simply put in the formula D1 divide by cost of equity minus growth. Cost of equity is 15%, growth is 10%, और D1 जो होगा वो 10 into 1.1. मतलब कि 10, ये तो अभी का, this is D0 is 10, D1 is 11. Since it is growing at 10%, so D1 will be the first year's dividend after the end of the first year. I hope this is clear. If you have any problems, let me know right now. This is one question that you can generally expect. DDM के ऊपर भी एक question आ जाता है. I know it's a very theoretical kind of thing, very boring, but practically भी use नहीं होता. From your exam point of view, at least it's important, so you need to know how to solve the question. So if you have any problems, let me know right now. DDM का कैसे करना है? You can either get a single stage DDM calculation or a multiple stage DDM calculation. अगर single stage होगा, simply apply this formula D1 divided by cost of equity minus growth. If it is a multiple stage DDM, you take all the cash flows, discount them, and the terminal value also you will discount. Terminal value आएगी इसी से, इसी formula से terminal value आ जाएगी. If you have any problems, Reshma, is it clear? Harshit, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Diya?
sir.
Okay, chalo, good.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is one more question that generally comes. So we need to know how to solve DDM calculation also. So in इसमें numericals आते हैं paper में, around 50% of the paper is usually based on numericals. और एक और numerical अभी कर लेते हैं. One more numerical that you generally get from these units is calculating the expected return using CAPM. तो वो CAPM पे भी अब हम models की और theories के बारे में भी बात कर लेते हैं, उसमें भी numericals आते हैं. तो similar kind of thing you can get, जो यहाँ पे दे रखा है ना, this kind of thing you can get. I'll just tell you what kind of question has appeared before, so you have an idea. Okay, this is given कि a stock is given, beta of the stock is given. कि beta of the stock is, let's say, 0.75. Risk-free rate is given to be 8%. And market return is given to be 16%. You need to calculate the required return or the expected return. अब इस फॉर्मूला में देखेंगे, हमें रिस्क फ्री रेट दे रखा है, हमें बीटा दे रखा है, और हमें मार्केट रिटर्न भी दे रखा है. तो सब दे रखा है. We can easily put in the values and get the expected return. The easiest kind of question you can get. Simply calculate the expected returns. और क्या क्वेश्चन आता है वो भी देख लेते हैं, एक दो क्वेश्चंस और देख लेते हैं. न्यूमेरिकल्स में there is one more question of calculating risk of the portfolio and returns of the portfolio. तो हमने मार्कोविट्स के बारे में बात किया है, उसमें भी क्वेश्चंस आते हैं. एक तो theoretical questions obviously we can get on CAPM, कि what is CAPM, explain the concept of systematic risk. You can get a question on arbitrage pricing theory, what is arbitrage pricing theory. But उसके सिवा मॉडल्स पे भी क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं. तो एक तो थ्योरी बेसिक, एक्सप्लेन मॉडर्न पोर्टफोलियो थ्योरी, एक्सप्लेन व्हाट इज इंडिफरेंस कर्व, व्हाट इज एफिशिएंट फ्रंटियर, वेयर यू विल हैव टू ड्रॉ दिस ग्राफ आल्सो. तो दीस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस यू कैन गेट, बट न्यूमेरिकल्स भी आ सकते हैं उसमें. दैट वी विल जस्ट लुक एट एन एग्जांपल टू मेक इट क्लियर. I'll just tell you यहीं पे एक question जो आया हुआ है. This is one question. You are given the returns. Two stocks are there, A and B. You are given risk and returns of each of the stocks. Stock A has a return of 10% and a standard deviation of 20%. Stock B has a return of 12% and a standard deviation of 25%. And we need to calculate the expected return of the portfolio given 75% weightage to A and 25% weightage to B. मतलब हमारे पोर्टफोलियो में दो स्टॉक्स हैं, हमने 75% अपना फंड्स डाल रखे हैं A में, 25% फंड्स डाल रखे हैं B में. अब हमें बताना है कि इस पोर्टफोलियो का एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न कितना होना चाहिए और रिस्क कितना होना चाहिए. और even you are given coefficient, correlation coefficient. Correlation is 0.5 plus 0.5 between A and B. ये भी दे रखा है. तो we have to calculate finally the expected returns of the portfolio and the risk of the portfolio. Easy to do. Let me just show you कैसे करना है. Very simple question. तो ये जो formula हमने देखी थी, that same formula we'll be applying. This formula given over here, I hope you can see. Expected returns are equal to the weightage into the sum of the weight into the expected returns of each stock. तो हमारे पास दो स्टॉक है, दोनों का वेट दे रखा है, तो वेट इनटू द एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न्स करेंगे और सब दोनों को ऐड कर देंगे, सिंपल सा। तो जैसे अभी किया भी था आई थिंक एक क्वेश्चन, लेट मी जस्ट सी अगर कर रखा है तो। So you are given 75% and 25% weightage. तो 0.75 कैसे सॉल्व करेंगे इसको? You will take 0.75 into the return of the first stock, which is 10%, and plus 0.25, which is 25%, into the return of the second stock, 12%. दोनों को ऐड करेंगे, you will come up with a figure which is around 10.5% or something like that. तो ये expected return on the portfolio है। ऑब्वियसली दोनों के बीच में ही लाई करेगा। अगर एक का 10% एक्सपेक्टेड है, दूसरे का 12% एक्सपेक्टेड है, तो पोर्टफोलियो पे जो रिटर्न होगा वो 10 से 12 के बीच में ही होगा। And if we are giving more weightage to the first stock, which is having lower expected return, the return will be around 10.5 or something like that. You can calculate that using the same formula. Formula is given on the screen over there, which is to calculate the expected return on the portfolio. The second formula is this. और expected overall portfolio risk कैसे निकालेंगे? This other formula is given कि हमें standard deviation दे रखा है. So you take the standard deviation square, multiply with the weight of the first stock. Same thing you do for the second stock. Add both of them and also add 2 times of weight of the first into weight of the second into standard deviation of the first, standard deviation of second into the correlation coefficient. जो लास्ट में P बना हुआ है, this is the Pearson correlation coefficient. This is rho, actually a Greek alphabet, which is denoting correlation coefficient. 0.5 होगा ये। और अगर ये minus 0.5 होता तो मतलब कि standard deviation कम हो जाता, risk of the portfolio would have reduced. अगर ये minus होता correlation, तो that, which is what we had discussed. जो we were talking about modern portfolio theory, this is giving you the quantification of the डाइवर्सिफिकेशन एडवांटेज, कि डाइवर्सिफिकेशन का कितना बेनिफिट होगा वो क्वांटिफाई किया हुआ है इधर। और ये दिस इज वन इक्वेशन, 2 इक्वेशंस व्हिच वी विल हैव टू रिमेंबर टू क्लियर द एग्जाम, टू बी एबल टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चंस। सिंपली इसका लॉजिक क्या है कि अगर कोरिलेशन ज्यादा होगा, इफ इट इज पॉजिटिव, देन दैट इज नॉट गिविंग यू एनी एडिशनल बेनिफिट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिस्क रिडक्शन, इन टर्म्स ऑफ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन। बट इफ द कोरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट इज नेगेटिव, दैट गिव्स you a lower standard deviation of the portfolio, meaning a lower risk. I hope this is clear to everyone. तो इस तरीके से we can come up with the portfolio standard deviation and the portfolio risk and the returns, expected returns. और इसी में एक क्वेश्चन इन्होंने ट्रिकी कर दिया है in your exam. They have made it little bit trickier by giving you this option कि investor has to decide whether to make a portfolio having weights of 75% and 25% or 25% and 75%. Which one should he accept? ये कैसे करेंगे? Can anyone tell me how will you solve this question? हमने डिस्कस किया था आई थिंक ये पहले एक बारी. Can anyone tell me how will you solve the question? They have made it little tricky by saying कि investor has to decide कि weightage he can give 75% weightage to the first stock and 25% to the second, or in the second option he can give the opposite weightage, 25% to the first stock and 75% to the second one. So which one should he choose? कैसे decide करेंगे? Anyone can answer this? It's really simple to do.
लोअर रिस्क
जिसका रिटर्न ज्यादा होगा उसको अगर हम कंबाइन करेंगे तो उसकी वजह से हमारा रिटर्न इंक्रीज हो जाएगा, तो जिसका रिटर्न ज्यादा उसको ज्यादा वेटेज देंगे।
अच्छा, नहीं एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न तो चलो निकल गया हमारा कि मे बी पहले वाले ऑप्शन में एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न ज्यादा रहे, लेकिन रिस्क भी तो देखना होगा ना हमको, तो फिर कैसे करेंगे? ओनली रिटर्न इज नॉट द सिंगल इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर, यू विल आल्सो हैव टू टेक इनटू अकाउंट रिस्क. हाउ विल यू टेक दैट?
इसमें
हमने
रिस्क कम हो, वो
यस
बेटर होगा.
श्रावण,
इसमें रिस्क कम होगा, वो बेटर होगा.
रिस्क कम होगा तो लेंगे, या हो सकता है रिस्क कम हो लेकिन रिटर्न भी कम हो, तो कैसे करेंगे? वन कॉन्सेप्ट दैट वी हैड डिस्कस्ड अर्लियर, इफ यू रिमेंबर, कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन. तो हमने एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न निकाल लेंगे दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन के, 75-25 और 25-75 दोनों का एक्सपेक्टेड रिटर्न्स और रिस्क निकाल लिया हमने, तो उसका कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन निकाल लेंगे. whichever is having a lower coefficient of variation, that one is a much better choice for us. तो ये क्वेश्चन एक तरीके से थोड़ा लिटिल बिट ट्रिकी, बट स्टिल यू कैन सॉल्व इट इफ यू अप्लाई योर माइंड लिटिल बिट. तो ये एक क्वेश्चन आ चुका है, प्लस देयर इज वन मोर क्वेश्चन. ओके, return of the portfolio. राइट. हाँ, न्यूमेरिकल एक और आया हुआ है जो विच इज टू कैलकुलेट नेट एसेट वैल्यू ऑफ द स्कीम. एक म्यूचुअल फंड स्कीम दे रखी है, एबीसी इज द नेम ऑफ द स्कीम. साइज ऑफ द स्कीम इज गिवन 100 crores. फेस वैल्यू ऑफ द शेयर इज गिवन, शेयर नहीं होना चाहिए वो एक्चुअली, हाँ, तो दैट शुड बी 10 rupee. नंबर ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग शेयर्स आर 10 crore. शेयर्स यूनिट्स होते हैं एक्चुअली म्यूचुअल फंड के, इन्होंने गलत लिख रखा है. Market value of the fund's investment is 180 crore. Receivables are 1 crore. Accrued income is 1 crore. Liabilities are given to be 0.5 crore. Accrued expenses are given 0.5 crore. You need to calculate the NAV, net asset value of the scheme. So net asset value कैसे calculate करते हैं? If you know the value of the overall assets of the scheme, you know the value of the overall liabilities of the scheme. दोनों को का difference ले लिया, that is the net asset. पर ये तो पूरी स्कीम का आएगा, हमें उसका निकालना है, एक यूनिट का निकालना है. NAV is like you have price of a share of one single share. Similarly, you have net asset value of one particular unit of the mutual fund scheme. तो अगर हमें पूरी स्कीम का पता पड़ गया कि इतने एसेट्स हैं, इतनी लायबिलिटीज हैं, तो हमें नेट एसेट पता पड़ जाएंगे. And using that information and using the number of units which are there, number of shares दे रखा है, number of units होना चाहिए actually, you can calculate the overall net asset value of the scheme. Divide the assets minus liabilities divided by the number of units of the scheme. That's how you can come up with the net asset value. तो ये numericals आते हैं generally. Most, if you look at the previous few years papers, these are the numericals that we generally expect. और इसके साथ में एक क्वेश्चन और आ सकता है. Let me just tell you. Yes. Okay. एक क्वेश्चन और आता है which can be based on a case study. तो case study based question भी एक बारी आ सकता है इसमें, where you are given some information and you need to apply a little bit of this, whatever we have studied, you have to apply the same knowledge to explain with reasoning the answer. जैसे we have discussed this case study, एक pharmaceutical sector के बारे में पूरी case study थी. I will not be reading the entire case study, but I'll just give you a brief overview कि क्या था उसमें. एक pharma company है, उस company के FDI investments आ रही हैं, और एक there is a property dealer who wants to invest some of the profits in this sector. He is making some profits in real estate. He wants to invest some of the sector in some of the profits in the pharmaceutical sector stocks. So he reads about the pharma industry and finds that over time pharmaceuticals are becoming more and more popular. India's exports are also growing, and chemical industries are also contributing to the fast growth of the pharmaceutical industry. And then he reads that India's pharma industry is contributing to, in terms of value, only 1% of the global pharma industry, but 10% in terms of volume. So sales बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है इंडिया की globally, लेकिन revenue काफी कम generate हो रहा है. But year on a year growth भी is very fast. It's more than 18%. He finds out that the pharma industry is it's very fragmented, but the top 10 companies contribute to 1/3 of the market. So a lot of information is given with respect to the pharma industry, that the industry is also having acquisitions, a lot of mergers, acquisitions are happening, foreign investments is coming in, and government has given FDI permission, 100% FDI in pharma sector. Plus he reads that product patents are also getting boosted. The R&D expenses are rising, and pharma sector is expected to grow to $75 billion in sales. Plus Indian middle class is also expanding, and this is resulting in due to the lifestyle, the kind of lifestyle we are having, a lot of diseases are happening, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, depression are happening. Therefore, drugs can become more and more useful in the Indian context. So, इस तरीके से a lot of information is given, and ultimately, the question is that given the information, can you analyze the industry with one or two analytical tools and help Mr. Bala Singh make a decision? He wants to decide, the property dealer wants to decide whether to invest in this sector and based on the information given. So how will you do this? It's basically, क्योंकि price related information नहीं दे रखा, तो main जो हम technical तो use नहीं कर सकते, we'll be using fundamental analysis over here. You can write about pestle analysis जो होता है, जिसमें political factors होते हैं, economic factors, social, technological, environmental, legal factors. All of these you can write about. Divide this information that is given into all these different factors, and this is known as pestle analysis. What is it suggesting? Overall, is it giving a positive picture or a negative picture? Plus, we can write about SWOT analysis. कर सकते हैं कि what are the strengths that are there in the sector, what are the weaknesses, opportunities, threats, based on the information given. इसके सिवा, we can even write about the growth that is there in the economy, the sector, the growth in the economy overall. Based on the information, whatever is given, we need to apply a little bit of our mind, a little bit of fundamental analysis, SWOT analysis, pestle analysis, EIC framework, and that you can use to answer the question. So case study based भी question एक आ सकता है. Generally, just to summarize in the entire paper, one question is usually based on case study. One question you can expect on the first unit. One question you can expect on the last unit, or maybe combined 1.5 आते हैं दोनों का मिला करके, and usually 2 questions at least on the second and the third units, and 2 questions, one or two questions on the third and the fourth units. तो ये breakup रहता है overall units का, and in this we also have usually a choice to attempt few questions. जैसे इसमें maybe the first question is mandatory. Out of the remaining 6 questions, you need to attempt 4. So you will be given, usually there is an internal choice. Obviously, paper pattern can change. Every year it changes. So, but based on the previous year patterns, there is usually an internal choice where out of the 7-8 questions, you need to attempt 5 questions. Baki, if you have any other doubts, let me know right now. Or kya cheez, if there is anything that you would like me to cover. Most of the things we have discussed. If there is anything that you want me to discuss in more detail, let me know right now. सब सो गए लगता है, ज्यादा खाना खाया है सबने, और प्लस इतनी अच्छी अच्छी कहानियां सुन के everyone is fallen asleep.
No sir, we don't.
Okay, so if please respond. Is it clear? Is everything clear to all of you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So most of the things we have covered. देखो, syllabus is very vast. So I've tried to cover maximum things in the limited amount of time that we have had. But don't only remain limited to whatever we have discussed. It's just a disclaimer. Try and read as much as possible. क्योंकि सिर्फ exam point of view से नहीं, but even for your personal point of view, there is a lot more. It's a very vast subject. The endless, limitless knowledge is there. So try and explore the vast ocean. जितना हो सके अपने read, अपनी textbook भी पढ़ सकते हैं. बाकी online tools are freely available nowadays. ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, Gemini. You can use all these tools to read more and more about any particular topic that you are more interested in. हमने इसके सिवा भी we have discussed, people who have been attending the classes, we have been talking about even algo trading. We have discussed about role of AI, and we've talked about cryptocurrencies briefly. तो जितना हो सकता है we have touched on various aspects related to security analysis, related to finance and personal finance. If you have any other queries, you can feel free to contact me. So all of you have my number, and that's there on the group. You can post a message on the group as well. So I'll try and respond. Baki, any other questions if you're having, you can ask me right now, even if it's not related to the syllabus. Otherwise also, by the way, I'm a SEBI registered investment advisor. So, and a SEBI registered security market trainer also. If you have any other query with respect to investments or with respect to securities markets, or then you can ask me. Feel free to contact me anytime. अगर अभी कोई question है with respect to the syllabus or otherwise also, you can ask right now.
Sir, could you please repeat terminal value?
Okay, terminal value, fine. Let me just open the slide. It's very simple to do. देखो इस क्वेश्चन को मैं सॉल्व करके दिखाता हूँ, बड़ा सिंपल होगा, तो ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. लेट्स टेक दिस क्वेश्चन राइट नाउ. DDM, डिविडेंड डिस्काउंट मॉडल. चलो, जैसे कि हमें दे रखा है कि एक स्टॉक है जो 10 रुपए का डिविडेंड दिया है उसने अभी, 10 रुपी राइट नाउ डिविडेंड, and it is expected to grow at 10% for the next 5 years, and then it will grow at 5% terminally. तो ये हम कैसे करेंगे? You'll take the first year's dividend, you'll take the second year's dividend, है ना? ऐसे कर करके just take 5 years of dividends. ओके, यहाँ पे हमने we have taken 5 years of dividends. ठीक है, ये तो 5 साल के डिविडेंड आ गए हमारे पास, लेकिन इनको डिस्काउंट भी करना है. कैसे करेंगे? मे बी रिस्क फ्री रेट इज गिवन टू बी 6%, तो 1.06 से डिवाइड कर देंगे. इसको नहीं, सॉरी, ये यहाँ पे डिवाइड बाय 1.06, इसको ये 1.06 स्क्वायर हो जाएगा. This is, we are taking the present value right now of all the expected future cash flows. तो इस तरीके से हम करेंगे.
यहाँ पे डिविडेंड 10% से ग्रो कर रहे हैं.
सॉरी
सर, यहाँ पे जो डिविडेंड है वो 10% से ग्रो कर रहे हैं.
हाँ, we are saying that the company is growing by 10% and the dividends are also likely to grow by 10%. This is what we are what is given in the question. तो अब इस तरीके से we have taken the present value of all the future expected cash flows. अगर इसको सबको ऐड कर देंगे ना, तो we will get our ultimate answer की इतनी वैल्यू होनी चाहिए कंपनी की. ठीक है, ये भी काफी है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम इसमें ये है कि हम अज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि कंपनी तो 5 साल के बाद बंद हो जाएगी, और ऐसा तो होना नहीं है. The question is saying that the company will operate and grow at consistently at maybe 5% after this period. इसके बाद perpetually 8% में ग्रो होगा. तो अगर हम यहीं तक करेंगे तो मतलब हुआ कि कंपनी will stop operating after 5 years. And obviously if the company is growing, we need to calculate a terminal value. तो terminal value को निकालने के लिए क्या करेंगे? D6 होगा वो, D6. So 1 point, ये होगा ना सेम चीज. Let me just show you. D6 इतना होगा, ठीक है, and divide by cost of equity minus the growth rate. Cost of equity minus growth तो 5% दे रखा है, cost of equity let's say 15% दे रखा है. So you will take 0.15 divided by minus 0.05. This is how you calculate the terminal value. और ये तो टर्मिनल वैल्यू आ गई हमारी, लेकिन इसको डिस्काउंट भी करना होगा, क्योंकि ये 5वें साल के में टर्मिनल वैल्यू है, तो इसको वी विल डिस्काउंटेड बाय 1.05 रेज्ड टू पावर 5. ये 5th ईयर की टर्मिनल वैल्यू है. तो ओवरऑल दिस इज हाउ वी कम अप विद द फाइनल आंसर. ये दिस थिंग दैट आई एम हाईलाइटिंग ओवर हियर इज द टर्मिनल वैल्यू. डिस्काउंटेड टर्मिनल वैल्यू कर दिया, क्योंकि ये डिस्काउंट फैक्टर है जो हमने बाद में डाल रखा है. दिस इज द डिस्काउंट फैक्टर एंड दिस इज द टर्मिनल वैल्यू. कैसे निकली टर्मिनल वैल्यू? यूजिंग दिस फॉर्मूला. ओके, Any other question? Anything else that is not clear, let me know. Baki, I'm sure you guys will do well. Not in so Reshma, yes, any other question?
सर
Sir,
एक
the
क्वेश्चन
exam-
था एम स्क्वायर कैलकुलेट करने के लिए असेट प्राइसिंग मॉडलिंग क्वेश्चन वो चैप्टर में
क्या कैलकुलेट करने के लिए?
एम स्क्वायर
M square.
Numerical
Previous year
questions.
नहीं आया है. M square. Where is M square given?
यस सर वो सर चैप्टर में है स्टडी मटेरियल में असेट प्राइसिंग वाले चैप्टर में.
Okay. So I'll also have to read about that. I'm not very sure. तो गलत बताने का तो कोई point नहीं है. You can read about that online maybe. I've not seen it in the previous year papers and I'm teaching BBA, BMS also same subjects. तो कहीं पे भी ये M square तो I have not read about this. But anyway, so maybe I'll also go and study more about this. Any other question?
और स्क्रीनशॉट भी लिया था क्वेश्चन का.
हाँ
सर मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट भी लिया था उसका. यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन दे रखा है पोर्टफोलियो के रिगार्डिंग ही है इसमें.
okay.
और सर एम स्क्वायर का फॉर्मूला भी दे रखा है. एम स्क्वायर रिटर्न ऑफ पोर्टफोलियो माइनस रिटर्न ऑफ द
Okay.
बेंचमार्क रिस्क प्लस रिटर्न ऑफ द बेंचमार्क.
तो ये तो वो लग रहा है इंफॉर्मेशन रेशो टाइप लग रहा है मेरे को. दिस इज समथिंग लाइक इंफॉर्मेशन रेशो जो रिस्क
मैं आपको क्वेश्चन
एडजस्टेड
सेंड
पॉलिसी ना.
करूंगी.
चलो just send it to me. I'll also have to read about this क्योंकि it's not possible to read for me
Yes,
also
sir.
to be aware of about each and everything. Anyway, so any other thing that you would like to clear? Yes, dear.
सो एम स्क्वायर के बारे में मैंने पढ़ा था. एम स्क्वायर अल्फा वो हम तब रिस्क एडजस्टेड परफॉर्मेंस निकालने के लिए यूज करते हैं जहाँ पे जब स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन कंपेरेबल नहीं होते तो हम
Yes.
दोनों के स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन को सेम करते हैं सार पे रेशो को यूज करके.
Okay, ठीक है. तो दिस इज समथिंग लुकिंग लाइक इंफॉर्मेशन रेशो क्योंकि उसमें भी क्या होता है कि बेंचमार्क से कंपेयर करते हैं एक तरीके से. बट एनीवे I'll also have to go through this. Thank you for telling me something new. I'll go and read about M square as well. और कुछ है बाकी? I think most of the things have been covered. If you face any other problem, feel free to contact me. The group is already there. You can post a message on the group. I'll try and reply as soon as possible. Baki otherwise, if you want any other advice with respect to investments or you need any help with your personal finance, you can contact me anytime. It was nice talking to all of you. Hope to see you in the next semester, all of you. And all the best. Hopefully you'll all do well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I hope you learned something.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you found the classes useful.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. Okay. The entire point was not only to clear the exams, but also to make you a little bit interested in the subject, and also so that we realize the significance of this subject, the power of compounding, time value of money. If you became interested, that my half of my job is done. Chalo. See you guys later. Nice to see you guys all, and I'll hopefully see you in the next semester. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.